Hello, Patriots. I'm at Restored Republic via a GCR update compiled by Judy Byington. Trump sees future with zero income tax as corrupt politicians, money laundering, fraud exposed, and tariffs worked, and the Federal Reserve was found to be a giant hedge fund. Obama under federal investigation after Epstein files release. As 10 days of worldwide darkness approached, stay vigilant, stock up, have cash on hand. Trust the plan, pray, God always wins. This July 4th, we will mark 2.5 centuries of liberty and triumph, progress and freedom in the most incredible and exceptional nation ever to exist on the face of this earth, and you've seen nothing yet. This is the golden age of America. President Donald Trump's State of the Union Address, Tuesday, February 24th, 2026. And here's the message. Hello, Judy. The situation is extremely dangerous at the moment. I can't leave my home anymore, other than take Gabrielle to and from school and going to the supermarket. Last Monday, there was another kidnap attempt at the supermarket parking lot. I'm in such a stressful and dangerous situation. I ask you to please publish and relay to your contacts in other media outlets for publishing the below article as soon as possible, with an update of my situation, request for help, and offering of doing any online administrative work in any of the 4 languages I speak. Maybe someone benevolent that has funds will hear my call and give me some online work so I can provide for my son and keep us safe until the RV is here. Thank you from my heart, Anna. Update on the mom and son in Belgium, surviving on God's grace. It's been 6 grueling years since I first found out about the ritual abuse my son's father was perpetrating on my son. I separated from the father when my son was 1.5 years old. He's 12 now. My life became a living nightmare from that moment. At the time, I had no idea how large and powerful. Beware scammers, especially on Telegram, where they still have numerous accounts under my name and picture that I've never set up nor reported on. They quote me on things I have never said nor written. Evidently, people have written me there on a chat, but they do not give me access to the chat, so I have no idea what the readers are told. I'm sure many of the accounts there suffer the same problem. Although Telegram is a great place for information, you have to discern what is right or wrong, especially when they ask for money for products or to set up wallets on the new financial system. It is my understanding that you have to set up your wallet on the new financial system in person at an official redemption center, and that setup is free. "10 Days of Darkness. Starting Saturday, February 28th, a 48-hour blackout would begin for a Jassara wealth drop, while Project Odin 10 to 12-day blackout and martial law was set to begin Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026, and last until Tuesday, March 10th, along with activation of the Emergency Alert System, EBS, and the Emergency Broadcast System, the Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. Thursday, February 26, 2026, 48-hour blackout for Jassara GCR Wealth Redistribution, Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. White Hats confirm rolling blackouts hitting LA, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, Philadelphia, Seattle as phase 1 of global transition. EBS activation sequence advancing. 10 Days of Darkness locked, Tuesday, March 3rd to Tuesday, March 10th, 2026 window firm. 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages incoming. US Inc. exposed as a private corporation. FEMA crimes, chemtrails, DARPA operation. MedBed's rollout timeline with public access. Sunday, March 15th, prioritizing veterans and trafficking survivors. Thursday, February 26th, Checkmate, the Black Swan event, financial collapse, blackout, and radical reset, Ezra Cohn on Telegram. A looming Black Swan event could trigger a massive financial collapse, wiping out the stock market, Bitcoin, and cryptocurrencies alike. The fallout may extend beyond finance, disrupting critical infrastructure, even the power grid, As panic spreads, the emergency broadcast system could signal a dramatic turning point, marking the end of the old financial order and the beginning of a new era. Financial collapse on the horizon. This would not be a normal correction. With soaring debt, heavy central bank intervention, and fragile markets, the system stands on unstable ground. If it unravels, both traditional markets and digital assets could crash simultaneously, shaking global economies and confidence worldwide. The ripple effects could disrupt trade, banking, and daily life. A global blackout and system reset in this scenario, infrastructure failures could lead to widespread blackouts, symbolizing the collapse of outdated systems. Supporters of this theory believe the crisis would clear the way for a total reset, not just financially but energetically. The new era, following the chaos, a transformation could emerge, shifting from conventional energy systems toward advanced technologies such as quantum-based power concepts. Proponents claim this reset would reshape global power structures and economic systems.
Talked to you many times about the banking collapse, and yesterday we saw one of the largest banks in China, Yangtze Bank, collapsed, and it's gone bankrupt, and it's caused a massive problem. And this will be the trigger that fires off lots and lots of other banks. When these sort of banks go bankrupt at that level, you suddenly realize that nobody is safe. This is a bank that is far bigger than the Bank of England. This is far bigger than the European Central Bank. There's going to be some big things happening over the next few days. I've warned you about it for a long time, and I've tried to give you plenty of notice, because I've always said I'd rather be a few years early than one day late.
Thursday, February 26th, the final stage. Debt forgiveness has begun. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Illegitimate loans, mortgages, and credit card debts are being erased. The banks never had real money. They trapped the people with fraudulent debt. The Federal Reserve's final days. Federal Reserve is being dismantled and absorbed into the U.S. Treasury under Trump's direct control. The private banking cartel that has dictated monetary policy since 1913 is finished. Seizure of stolen wealth. The military alliance is conducting mass asset seizures, taking back trillions stolen by the globalist elite. These funds will be returned to the people. The IRS is being abolished. The corrupt tax system, designed to funnel wealth to the elites, is over. A new fair tax system is replacing it, one that eliminates income tax and introduces a small flat sales tax on non-essential goods. The global currency reset has started. Every Jassara-compliant nation is transitioning to a gold-backed currency. The fiat dollar finished. The U.S. Treasury gold-backed dollar is becoming the global standard. The IMF and World Bank are collapsing. For decades, these institutions enslaved nations with predatory loans and economic warfare. Now they are being dismantled. When the lights go out, the old system goes quiet. And when the system goes quiet, new systems can go live. ISO 20022 is the backbone. Tier 4B is the trigger point. Thursday, February 26th, Trump commands the last storm. Mass arrests explode. Q plan unleashes. EBS imminent. Cabal crumbles now. Project Oda and martial law on Telegram. The storm is raging with full force, patriots. In late February 2026, President Donald J. Trump leads the charge to restore the Republic through the unbreakable Q plan, which will destroy the satanic deep state for good. The quantum financial system, which is backed by gold, went live in 209 countries, ending fiat debt slavery. Banks that don't follow the rules will close down. No more fake money printing or controlling people's lives through debt. Accounts are safely mirrored in the QFS blockchain, can be traced back to their source, and are ready for the biggest transfer of wealth in history. A lot of people were arrested. The global military alliance led by Trump raided Rome, Brussels, London, and D.C. More than 500,000 members of the satanic network were arrested overnight, bringing the total number of arrests to more than 8 million as sealed indictments were made public. Swan 07 on Telegram breaking. Swan 07 update. Mexico buffer zone activated. Cartels crumbling under Trump's iron fist as World Cup 2026 looms. Swan 07 on Telegram. The storm is raging south of the border. Patriots and Swan 07 just dropped the hammer on what's really unfolding in Mexico right now in late February 2026. Claudia Sheinbaum has flipped. She's no longer playing games with the cartels, China, Cuba, or the deep state puppets pulling strings. Negotiations are locked in for a massive buffer zone, stretching 10 to 30 miles deep into Mexican territory from the U.S. border, a no-go area where American and cooperating Mexican forces will crush the narco-terrorists once and for all. This is an invasion. It's liberation with full permission, intel sharing, and boots ready to roll if Mexico needs the extra muscle to finish the job. Sheinbaum was airlifted out for her safety as the pressure mounted. Cartels threatened her life. China and Cuba pulled levers, but Trump's resolve forced her to pick a side, and she chose the Patriots. Mexican police and military, long infiltrated, are now turning on the cartels with stunning raids. They knew exactly where El Mencho was hiding for years, but now the heads are rolling. The Jalisco New Generation cartel and Sinaloa scum are getting hammered. Fentanyl pipelines severed and thousands of deaths. Both Mexican citizens and Americans poisoned by Chinese-supplied poison will finally stop. This is biblical justice unfolding before our eyes. The grip of communist narco states is breaking everywhere. Venezuela's monsters neutralized after Trump's precision strikes. Cuba's massive embassy influence in Mexico City exposed and dismantled. Even South Africa's white farmer killings spotlighted as the racial genocide it truly is. No more denial from fake news like Anderson Cooper. The same evil networks run through LA County, with Mayor Bass as a Cuban puppet tied to election fraud. Watch her empire unravel as the communist stronghold in America crumbles next. Threats remain on U.S. soil, subs with nukes, buried devices from Cold War rumors, cargo ships smuggling horrors, but the White Hats have neutralized the big organizers first. Raids here cut off cartel backers, ensuring no retaliation as we push south. The cartels are terrified. They know Blackhawks, Apaches, and elite teams are coming if they don't surrender. No mercy for those poisoning our kids with fentanyl, but Trump won't let it continue. This all ties to the 2026 World Cup in Mexico. It will happen, secured under a cleaned-up grid system dividing the country into zones for policing. Northern border hotspots like Juarez will heat up, but with U.S. assistance, cartels get wiped out. Innocent casualties are gamed in, but letting these demons rule forever is no option. Trump tightened screws on Venezuela, Iran carrier groups in place. Same playbook crushes Mexico's evil. The deep state, Epstein blackmail ring, it's all connected. Patriots, the republic rises as this narco-communist web gets torn apart. Trump's will make it happen where others failed. Stay vigilant, stock up, pray. The Great Awakening accelerates, cartels fall, freedom wins, the storm is here, and victory is near. Where we go one, we go all. What we think we know as of Friday, February 27, 2026. Thursday, February 26, CIA MKUltra bombshell. Declassified docs reveal plan to drug and control the population. PSYOPs to sedate the masses. Thursday, February 26, breaking special report. Clinton's under oath. Hillary testifies today. Bill tomorrow. Grilled on Epstein funding and secret lies. And of course, we know they lied. And that's the trap, I guess, to get them to charge them with contempt of court. Thursday, February 26, Epstein files reveal Israel assassinated Princess Diana to protect elite pedophile network buried in the latest declassified Epstein files from the DOJ vault. Evidence that Israel masterminded Princess Diana's 1997 assassination to protect their elite blackmail web. Cue the storm rider on Telegram. Thursday, February 26, Bombshell alert, Obama and Clinton operative Larry Summers has resigned from Harvard amid his ties to Epstein. February 26, explosive report, he trapped them. Trump's State of the Union shatters the narrative. The Democrats walked right in. Wednesday, February 25th, top takeaways. 1 hour, 48 minutes of Trump unleashed. Moments that shook the chamber. Wednesday, February 25th, national security bombshell. National security bombshell, Obama under federal criminal investigation. The DOJ is invoking 18 U.S. Code 241. Thursday, February 26th, Norwegian authorities have charged Thorbjorn Jagland, former Prime Minister of Norway and ex-chair of the Nobel Committee, with gross corruption allegedly connected to contacts with Jeffrey Epstein. Days later, February 17th, he was hospitalized in critical condition after an apparent suicide attempt. The investigation began after newly unsealed U.S. documents, with prosecutors claiming flights, luxury stays, and payments presented as consulting fees. Searches and seizures were carried out in January 2026. Investigators say the probe continues and could expand, while the case raises wider questions about influence and conflicts of interest in European institutions. The Patriot Dispatch on Telegram. And Wednesday, February 25th, bombshell announcement. J.D. Vance, Scott Bessent, and DOJ launch full-scale war on fraud. DOJ will be throwing fraudsters in prison. Boom, Fedgate 2026. $1 trillion Fed scam exposed. Insider drops bombshell. Federal Reserve is just a giant hedge fund now. Wednesday, February 25th, huge news. Trump just confirmed 0% income tax is coming. The money we're taking in is so enormous, you won't even have income tax to pay. Quote, Wednesday, February 25th, explosive declaration. Senate Leader John Thune confirms, vote on Save America Act. We will put the Democrats on the record. Israel is the last. Thursday, February 26, breaking. The Israeli government ran Epstein's security camera system at his New York command base, confirming he was a foreign intelligence asset working for Israel. Top FBI whistleblower Kyle Seraphin reveals that not only does this prove that Epstein was working for Israel, but that the CIA, NSA, and FBI were also fully aware and complicit. Voter fraud. Wednesday, February 25th, at least 432,000 votes in 15 counties were removed from Trump during the Pennsylvania 2020 election alone. Over 12,000 direct votes switched from Trump to Biden in Bibb County, Georgia, with another 30,000 in total completely removed from Trump in Georgia. Have you noticed that every single error or anomaly only ever affects Trump in a negative way and Democrats in a positive way? The writing is on the wall. The 2020 election was stolen. Cue the storm on Telegram. And breaking, Nick Shirley's fraud exposing partner David Hawk just confirmed a massive ballot fraud operation in Minnesota. Project Odin on Telegram. We need the Save America Act or they will keep stealing elections. Somalis vote Democrat. 9 people in an apartment. They send 9 ballots. No verification. They imported Somalis and then implemented mass mail-in voting. It's fraud. It's cheating. This is like the Wild West, and it's destroying Minnesota. It's destroying the country. And we're at a crossroads right now where this is the civil war that we're fighting, and it's good versus evil. And I just said, you've got to decide which side you're on, because you can't straddle the fence on this. Epstein Files, Thursday, February 26th. The Epstein Files contain many mysteries, but we're missing a large section of documents consisting of the time period from 1999 to 2001, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. It also exposed and confirmed many of the Clinton connections and trips with Epstein, including helping to start their foundation. But how did Epstein really find Clinton before he was president? Do their connections go back to the drug running in Mena, Arkansas with the CIA? Ghislaine Maxwell was also, oddly enough, asked to be a part of a shadow commission on 9/11. We know that they knew about 9/11 before it happened. Many questions still remain. Why didn't they do anything about it and just let it happen? And who really benefited the most from one of the largest terror attacks on American soil in history? And was Epstein connected? Thursday, February 26, Trump's boldest move yet. Q storm ravaging UK and Norway. They fell into the trap. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. The Great Awakening just smashed Europe like a thunderbolt. Days ago, former Prince Andrew was reportedly detained. Then Peter Mandelson, untouchable labor titan, Rothschild yacht companion. Epstein intel conduit, arrested for passing classified government secrets. Next day, Norway's Prime Minister Thorbjorn Jagland, Nobel architect who gifted Obama the prize mid-drone spree, charged with Epstein-linked corruption and now hospitalized after alleged suicide attempt. 3 untouchables down in a week. This isn't about girls anymore. It's classified intel flowing to Epstein's network. Blackmail, extortion, global control via Five Eyes. The real monster is emerging. Mandelson, communist roots. Ghislaine Circle, Deripaska deals, Jewish Chronicle lineage. Jagland, Socialist International boss, EU fanatic, noble puppet master. Teflon demons until the shield vanished. Q drop, 916, rings true. We are saving Israel for last. Europe's stage is perfect. Trump stays neutral, hands clean, while Democrats and globalists howl for full Epstein release. Poland launches government task force, declares files a national security threat. More nations joining, cure spreading worldwide, exactly as foretold. Homefront, State of the Union became epic humiliation for Dems. Dems sleeping, refusing to stand. Giraffe suits, Pepe Frog brigades. Acosta in frog hat, spewing threats. Absurd clown ritual designed to shatter TDS brains. Comms screamed. Trump at podium, 9:11 p.m. Scavino drop at 9:48. Twin Towers. 17 Team USA players split 8-9. File names hitting 17. Signal everywhere. No coincidences. Trap sprung. Europe first shields Trump optically while pressure builds. Kash Patel relaxed at Olympics. Pam Bondi silent. Suspicion skyrockets. Charlie Kirk, saga boiling. Candace Owens series exposes anomalies. Birth record shifting. Marine ties. Perfect bridge to 9/11. JFK everything. Contemporary trigger unlocks historical truths. Israel in crosshairs. When it breaks here, it's demanded justice, not politics. Anons, the storm isn't approaching, it's raging. Europe ablaze, clouds exposed, swamp draining globally. Trump directs from shadows while the world chants his name. The endgame is live. Buckle up, patriots. Judgment Day accelerates. Military EBS to broadcast worldwide over cell phones, TV, radio, and internet. Worldwide blackout by Sunday, March 1st or Tuesday, March 3rd. You would be asked to stay at home while Global Military Alliance makes mass arrests across the globe of Satan-worshipping treasonous deep state. Banks closing, ATMs won't work, stock up on food, water, cash for 10 to 12 days, after which we will wake up to a whole new, wonderful world. On Wednesday, February 25th, the global currency reset exploded across all 209 sovereign nations. The military emergency broadcast system and the civilian emergency alert system, to be broadcast worldwide over cell phones, TV, radio, and internet, would soon signal the final phase of that monetary takeover to return the people's money back to the people. Continued military EBS announcements would engulf 10 to 12 days of worldwide lockdown filled with 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages broadcast 24/7. Saturday, February 28, 2026, was said to unleash a 48-hour blackout for full Jassara wealth redistribution. You were advised to stock food, water, and cash as banks and ATMs plunged into darkness for 10 full days through Tuesday, March 10, 2026. On Wednesday, February 25th, Telegram, there were different versions of when the EBS and EAS and 10 to 12 days of darkness would begin. They were published on Telegram by Q, FBI, Director Kash Patel, the Emergency Broadcast System, 10 Days of Darkness, and Tier 4B ISO 20022 platforms. So, just a side note, nobody knows the dates of anything. This is an event-driven war, and all you can do is watch events unfold and try to discern from that. So the dates, just use them as a guideline, I guess, that at some point they will happen. But again, if somebody says they know the date of something, well, then they're giving away, then the dark side knows the date as well. So that's just not going to happen. So again, just use discernment. The EBS and Days of Darkness beginnings appear to have ever-changing dates, so use your discernment. 10 Days of Darkness starts Tuesday, March 3rd, 2026. Some mention Sunday, March 1st or around then. Lasts to March 10th, 2026. 10 days or 10 to 12 days of darkness, blackout, communications blackout, worldwide communications down. Major media shuts off as Mossad mainstream media satellites taken down. Global lockdown under martial law for pedophile arrests worldwide. Q on Telegram. Wednesday, February 25th, 2026. Urgent EBS alert. 10 to 12 day blackout and martial law phase starting tonight. Cell broadcast push incoming. Stay home, stay calm, stay in prayer. Starlink will carry the truth documentaries. World Economic Forum crimes, biolabs, elite tribunals. Over 500,000 network members in custody worldwide. Raids hit Rome, Brussels, London, Amsterdam, D.C. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram, Wednesday, February 25th, 2026. Starting Saturday, February 28th, a 48-hour blackout would begin for a Jassara wealth drop. On Sunday, March 1st, the EBS was set to go off for phones, TV, and radio around the globe that bypassed all media. It would say that in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be home for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. Project Odin, 10 to 12 day blackout and martial law was now set to begin on Tuesday, March 3rd and last until Tuesday, March 10th, along with activation of the emergency system and the military emergency broadcast system. And that's emergency broadcast system on Telegram, Wednesday, February 25th. Tuesday, March 3rd marks the start of 10 Days of Darkness. Martial law clamps down hard. Global Military Alliance rounds up deep state Satanists, pedophiles in massive sweeps. The Tier 4B ISO 20022 platform had this schedule. Tuesday, March 17th, military communication hubs will begin transitioning entirely onto the secure Starlink quantum network. Expect intermittent disruptions across civilian networks as encryption layers tighten worldwide. Thursday, March 19th, a controlled financial cooling period will occur. Select banks across the EU, US, and Asia will temporarily pause international transfers as QFS liquidity channels fully replace the SWIFT framework. Officials will call it routine maintenance. It is not. Saturday, March 21st, global enforcement units will initiate the next wave of coordinated arrests. Over 7,000 sealed cases are scheduled to be executed across 14 nations. Expect sudden resignations, media blackouts, and emergency parliamentary sessions. Monday, March 23rd, 2026, a worldwide market freeze will be announced. All major stock exchanges, New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ, FTSE, DAX, Nikkei will halt trading simultaneously for the first time in human history. This marks the official death of the fiat derivatives system. And Wednesday, March 25th, the second phase of wealth redistribution begins under QFS auditing. Independent citizens with verified biometric wallets will gain access to their stabilized asset-backed balances. This will spark the largest economic recalibration ever recorded. Beware scammers, especially on Telegram, where they still have numerous accounts under my name and picture that I've never set up nor reported on. They quote me on things I have never said nor written. Evidently, people have written me there on a chat, but they do not give me access to the chat, so I have no idea what the readers are told. I'm sure many of the accounts there suffer the same problem. Although Telegram is a great place for information, you have to discern what is right or wrong, especially when they ask for money for products or to set up wallets on the new financial system. It is my understanding that you have to set up your wallet on the new financial system in person at an official redemption center, and that setup is free. Global currency reset. Tuesday, February 24th, Bruce. A source said notifications with 800 numbers for Tier 4B and maybe bondholders could be in 48 hours or around Thursday, February 26th. Tariff dividends were supposed to kick off Sunday, March 1st, 2026. Social Security recipients should get tariff dividends by direct deposit. Otherwise, you will get it via regular mail. Wednesday, February 25th, QFS Capital release confirmed. Private payouts now in motion. Tier 4B OSO 20022 on Telegram. Multiple confirmations indicate that legacy bond capital is surging through the system at unprecedented velocity. Paymaster channels are filling faster than projected. Those with direct visibility describe the movement as a controlled financial detonation, a clear marker that the final liquidity phase tied to Nasara and Jasara is now live. Private redemption sessions are already being arranged discreetly across several regions. This is not a simulation or a soft launch. These are real allocations executing inside the quantum financial system. Position yourself. There will be no physical cash distribution. Access will be granted through sovereign quantum accounts, giving holders full authority over their funds. Capital can be segmented into secured channels for personal use, long-term reserves, and humanitarian deployment. Qualified facilitators will be present to assist with structuring, compliance, project selection, and post-release strategy. ZIM status brief. Data is updating rapidly as final valuation bands lock in. No project submission. Flat $15 million settlement independent of quantity held. Approved humanitarian projects, 1-to-1 valuation on the first two 100 trillion bond notes. 100T bond notes, then $25 million per 100T for up to 30 notes. Further negotiations will be handled in a secondary session. The secure 800 contact line will activate closer to full system rollout. Valuations are at historic levels. All channels continue to point to the same window. Next week, execution remains on track. Resistance elements are still active, but system security is absolute, and all assets remain under quantum protection. Once released, the flow cannot be reversed. Wednesday, February 25th, 2026, banks. HSBC, one of the most powerful banking institutions in the world, is reportedly now actively exchanging IQD and VND, but the exchanges were not available to the general public at YouTube. According to credible insiders and client-level confirmations, HSBC has begun private exchanges of Iraqi dinar and Vietnamese dong for high net worth individuals. According to sources with direct ties to wealth management teams at HSBC, these exchanges are taking place strictly by appointment only, no walk-ins, no public announcements. Only clients with large verified currency holdings and a pre-existing relationship with the bank's wealth division are being invited. These appointments happen in private meeting rooms, often accompanied by legal and financial advisors, and always under tight security protocols. This process is tightly controlled. Clients are required to pass Know Your Customer and anti-money laundering checks, provide original receipts or notarized affidavit proving the legal acquisition of their currency, and allow the bank to scan and authenticate each note using UV verification systems. Once approved, the exchanged funds are not available instantly. Typically, they're held in escrow or processing accounts for a period ranging from 24 to 72 hours, a standard compliance buffer in transactions of this magnitude. What we think we know as of Thursday, February 26th. Wednesday, February 25th, breaking. Special report. Deep state traders named. Tulsi Gabbard confirms coordinated coup against President. Trump drops the names. Treason. Wednesday, February 25th. We investigated the Maui fires and cover-up is worse than we thought. Wednesday, February 25th, bombshell announcement. J.D. Vance, Scott Bessent, and DOJ launch full-scale war on fraud. DOJ will be throwing fraudsters in prison. Wednesday, February 25th, top takeaways. 1 hour, 48 minutes of Trump unleashed. Moments that shook the chamber. Tuesday, February 24th, Benjamin Fulford. Situation update. Insider dispatches from the Gnostic Illuminati Grand Master, fused with urgent leaks from Iranian intelligence operatives and cryptic transmissions from Andromeda Council emissaries, paint a picture of total chaos erupting across the globe in the last 24 hours alone. These Vril-possessed bloodline elites, the Black Sun cult's shadowy overlords, are scrambling like rats in a flood as their Satan-worshipping pedivores face exposure from a daring extraction op in the heart of Mexico's cartel Badlands. Exploding out of Jalisco at dawn, White Hat Special Forces, guided by Andromeda Council intel, stormed a hidden, dumb, deep underground maglev base, masquerading as El Mencho's fortified lair, vaporizing the Khazarian Mafia's cloned cartel avatar in a 37-minute inferno of plasma fire. But this wasn't just a takedown. They seized a quantum-encrypted laptop, exposing the avatar replacement program in full swing, with glitch-out logs of cloned celebrity stand-ins malfunctioning during live feeds from Beirut to Baja. The Khazarian Mafia's looking glass temporal warfare tech tried to rewind the raid, but Project Looking Glass sabotage from Gnostic Illuminati hackers shattered their predictive matrices, leaving these 13 bloodline families in blind panic as their final liquidation accelerates. Meanwhile, the Antarctic breakaway Reich Neuschwabenland 2.0 is imploding. Andromeda Council emissaries confirm a massive Stargate portal shutdown under the ice shelves, cutting off the Khazarian Mafia's extra-dimensional reinforcements just as Iranian intelligence dropped bombshell evidence of pineal calcification weaponization tied to their adrenochrome harvest collapse. Satan worshipping their Lush farms drying up as medbed celestial chamber suppression conspiracies unravel with leaked blueprints smuggled out via Telegram channels. The Khazarian Mafia's desperate pivot, a 72-hour ultimatum to stage a fake zombie apocalypse blending Operation Blue Fly's PSYOPs with engineered bioweapons from hidden dumps in Lebanon. But White Hats preempted it by downing 3 low-orbit satellites, beaming mind control frequencies over the Mediterranean. In a breathless escalation, quantum financial system activation nodes lit up across Iranian border zones. Iranian intelligence whispering that the GCR RV shotgun start is mere hours from triggering as Nasara Jasara military trigger sequences override the Khazarian Mafia's fiat death machine. Vril-possessed bloodline elites, like the puppet proxies in Beirut's evacuated embassies, are glitching hard. Body double incidents exposed on Rumble live streams show their avatars stuttering mid-threat while the rainbow currency ISO 20022 rollout surges forward, bypassing the Tartaria mud flood free energy cover-up that's kept humanity enslaved for centuries. The reveal that will hook you. That seized Mexican dumb laptop didn't just name KM cartel clones. It decoded coordinates for a global adrenochrome harvest, collapsed network linking Antarctic portals to Beirut safe houses, forcing the 13 bloodline families into open retreat as Andromeda Council delegates demand total surrender within this 72-hour window or face cosmic intervention. The Satanic House of Cards is collapsing in real time.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note. On Tuesday, February 23, 2026, the global military alliance headed by President Trump, along with the BRICS Nations Alliance, took control of that global monetary system by activating a gold/asset-backed global currency reset of 209 countries. A military emergency broadcast system, EBS, will soon begin broadcasting worldwide over cell phones, TV, radio and internet. Among the messages given will be one that says that in the next 5 hours or so you need to return to your home for a global lockdown that will last for the next 10 to 12 days. During those days mass media regular programming will go down, while 8-hour documentaries will rotate 24/7 in 77 languages about the foul deeds of treasonous Satan worshipper global elites, their arrests and military tribunals. You are advised to stock up on food, water, cash and essentials as banks and ATMs close for 10-12 days of communication darkness through Tuesday, March 10, 2026. The worldwide lockdown was designed for your own safety. During the time Trump's global military alliance will continue to make more mass arrests of Satan-worshipping pedophile treasonous deep state players worldwide. It was the final phase of a wealth redistribution and monetary takeover that returned the people of the world's money back to the people. Around Tuesday, March 10, 2026, ATMs will reopen to give out new asset-backed cash currency. Most banks will be closed worldwide, while others will play a different role in money management, no longer having access to personal money accounts. Around Tuesday, March 10, 2026, an 800 number will be broadcasted over cell phones and perhaps TV, radio and internet. You could call that 800 number to set up an appointment at an official redemption center, which were located worldwide. There, you could set up your new quantum money account on the new Starlink satellite system. Money in your old bank account has already been mirrored onto the new system, where it was gold/asset backed, safe and untouchable to anyone but you'd caught in the CIA mind control. Writing or calling complaints into the following Beware of scammers, especially on Telegram, where they still have numerous accounts under my name and picture that I have never set up, nor reported on. They quote me on things I have never said, nor written. Evidently people have written me there on a chat, but they do not give me access to the chats, so I have no idea what the readers are told. I'm sure many of the accounts there suffer the same problem. Although Telegram is a great place for information, you have to discern what is right or wrong, especially when they ask for money for products, or to set up wallets on the new financial system. It is my understanding that you have to set up your wallet on the new financial system in person at an official redemption center, and that setup is free. Possible timing Wednesday 25th of February. 2026 7 p.m. EST Mess. Arrests begun, Mr. Pool 2.0 on X, major alert, the White House in Washington, D.C. has just turned all red, signifying the massive arrest. Drop a thumbs up emoji, if you're ready to witness the massive arrest. Mr. Pool 2.0 Wednesday 25th of February. 2026 Project Trinity Black Ops Hubs, Langley, Zurich, Jerusalem, fully neutralized Wednesday night. Final blockers to global QFS and Nizara/Jazara removed. 209 nations gold/asset backed. Fiat illusion collapsing in real time. Debt contracts, birth certificate bonds, CUSIP fraud, declared void, massive. Redirections underway. Thursday, February 26, 2026, EBS activation clock ticking, initial signals in 100+ cities within 48 to 72 hours. Starlink grid dominant. Cabal satellites silenced permanently. Saturday 28th of February. White Hats strike deeper with mass arrests. A 48-hour blackout would begin for a Jazara. Wealth distribution drop. Tuesday, 3rd of March to Tuesday, March 10, 2026 worldwide lockdown begins for 10 days of darkness filled with 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages broadcast 24/7 over all TV, radio, internet, Cell phones worldwide. Trump Constitutional Republic. Restoration Phase 2 Live. God's hand guides every step. Patriots, the storm is precise. WWG1GForever.f. 10 Days of Darkness starting Saturday 28th of February. 2026. A 48-hour blackout would begin for a Jazara wealth drop, while Project Odin 10 to 12-day blackout and martial law was set to begin on Tuesday, March 3, 2026 and last until Tuesday, 10th of March, along with activation of the Emergency Alert System, EBS and the Military Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. Thursday, February 26, 2026 48-hour blackout for GCR/Jazara Wealth. Redistribution, Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram. White Hats confirm rolling blackouts hitting LA, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, NYC, Philadelphia, Seattle as Phase 1 of global transition. EBS activation sequence advancing. 10 Days of Darkness locked, Tuesday, 3 March to Tuesday, March 10, 2026 window firm. 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages incoming. U.S. Incorporated exposed as a private corporation, FEMA crimes, chemtrails DARPA operation. 15th of March prioritizing veterans and trafficking survivors. Thursday, February 26, 2026 the final stage, debt forgiveness has begun. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Illegitimate loans, mortgages, and credit card debts are being erased. The banks never had real money, they trapped the people with fraudulent debt. That system is now dead. The Federal Reserve's final days. The Federal Reserve is being dismantled and absorbed into the U.S. Treasury, under Trump's direct control. The private banking cartel that has dictated monetary policy since 1913 has finished seizure of stolen wealth. The military alliance is conducting mass asset seizures, taking back trillions stolen by the globalist elite. These funds will be returned to the people. The IRS is being abolished. The corrupt tax system, designed to funnel wealth to the elites, is over. A new fair tax system is replacing it, one that eliminates income tax and introduces a small, flat sales tax on non-essential goods. The global currency reset has started. Every Jazara-compliant nation is transitioning to a gold-backed currency. The fiat dollar. Finished. The U.S. Treasury gold-backed dollar is becoming the global standard. The IMF and World Bank are collapsing. For decades, these institutions enslaved nations with predatory loans and economic warfare. Now, they are being dismantled. When the lights go out, the old system goes quiet. And when the system goes quiet, new systems can go live. ISO 20022 is the backbone. Tier 4B is the trigger point. K. Thursday, February 26, 2026 QFS Global Alert Tier 4B Escalation Phase Live. FBI Director Kash Patel on Telegram. Secure floor transmission live from Reno/Zurich/Hong Kong. Master Control, Global ISO 20022 Rainbow. Currency rollout now stands at 97.8% synchronized across 209 sovereign treasuries, final nodes locking in as we speak. The GCR/RV shotgun start became mathematically irreversible at 3:17 UTC on January 19, 2026, irreversible trajectory locked, no reversals possible, momentum building exponentially. In the last 14 hours, over 41,000 Tier 4B private redemption groups received encrypted notification packets via secure quantum channels. Military SKR handoffs completed in key liquidity pools across Baghdad and Dubai. First batch of 800 hash release sequence tests went green in 7 protected zones, with biometric wallet activation spiking 300% overnight. Hidden intel drop. Decode this. Sovereign rate screens now displaying 1-to-1 asset-backed parity differentials that expose legacy street rates as obsolete shadows. Off-ledger mirrored accounts flipped on ledger in synchronized waves, triggering Dragon Family Yellow/Gold Dragon bonds redemption confirmations in Hong Kong vaults. Zimbabwe/Hong Kong/Moscow liquidity pools flooded with fresh gold-backed digital certificates. Quantum entanglement security locks fully engaged to prevent any interference. Military protected redemption centers reporting humanitarian and infrastructure project wallets activated in priority sequence. Adjudicated settlements Tier 4A completed. Nizara debt jubilee packets uploaded and dispersing. Saint Germain World Trust tranches released in tranches tied to verified project trusts funded through direct QFS relay, no intermediaries. This is not anticipation. This is execution. The secure floor confirms, the greatest wealth transfer accelerates, fiat illusions. Dissolving under Gulfstandard reality. Redemption centers pulsing with confirmed appointments, stay vigilant, patriots. Your window is open. The old world just ended. The new one is already funded. Duty note, it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. Ken and Barbie vs. Goliath IRS update. Ken Cromar presently sits in prison having been found guilty of living in his own fully owned home and after proving in a federal tax court that he owed no monies to the IRS. Despite the ruling in Cromar's favor, the IRS sold his home at auction and threw away all his possessions including expensive camera equipment he used to make a living. February 24, 2026 day number 909, Behind Enemy Lines. Ken and Barbie vs. Goliath IRS. Dear pro-America friends and family, good news update, we fixed the minor technical tweaks requested by the Supreme Court clerk on my filing made a week ago and shipped it out immediately. Apparently due to the cyclone-blessed snowstorm pounding the East Coast it took a full week to get there. I'm happy to tell you it was picked up by SCOTUS staff from their post office in Washington, D.C. at 7:40 this morning. Thanks, your prayers have worked. Hallelujah. My case should be docketed as an official case for consideration by the Supreme Court of the United States by Friday, assuming all goes according to normal procedure and barring any unforeseen surprises. As previously explained, SCOTUS's next step is their private conference where all the justices vote on which cases they may consider officially hearing under a writ of certiorari. If 4 or more justices vote in favor of hearing my case, then it will be presented in open court before all 9 justices, and the world. I wonder if they would let me out of prison to attend my own Supreme Court hearing. What are our chances of my case being heard? Not very good at all. The odds are only 1 in 100. So, that's pretty much the definition of impossible. And, when you add on top of that this case strikes at the heart of the evil deep state's funding mechanism via the IRS and the Fed, they use to grease the machine of controlling this country and the world, the odds against my winning at the Supreme Court go up steeply. A guess of 1,000 to 1 doesn't even come close. Not even a million to 1. What's the national debt? $33 trillion. Well, there's the likely betting odds. So, if you take my case's chance of winning to odds makers in Vegas, you'll probably be able to place a bet on Paul Kenneth Cromar to win at $33 trillion to 1. With God, nothing is impossible. If you are a gambler, I'm not, and make that bet, you could be rich! This means we're talking about a genuine Moses parting the Red Sea level of miracle needed to win at the Supreme Court. Perfect. It's absolutely and unequivocally impossible to beat the IRS at the Supreme Court, which makes it a perfect opportunity for a miracle. I love it. We've got 'em right where we want 'em. But against principalities, against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. And pray in the Spirit on all occasions with all kinds of prayers and requests. With this in mind, be alert and always keep praying for all the Lord's people. Ephesians 6:12-18. NIV. I need your help please. I'm now in a major prayer mode asking, no pleading, to be able to pray for a God-sized miracle. Will you please consider joining Barbara and I and continue praying for this God-sized miracle? People have said, Ken, aren't you just a lying tax cheat and tax protester? Not at all. The exact opposite. I believe that taxes are necessary to run lawful government. But, Barbara and I have made a stand that we pay every lawful constitutional tax, but we do not pay unconstitutional federal income tax as illegally imposted by the IRS. At trial, the prosecution went to great pains to prove that the IRS has not received our federal income tax filings for 30+ years. That does not hurt our position, but instead helps us. The law requires that either we, Barbara and I, or the Commissioner of the IRS, or his designee, sign the tax liability to make it legitimate and legal. We didn't sign, and the Commissioner of the IRS has never signed one, because he won't take on the liability for something he knows is not lawful. Barbara and I have stood on principle and the law of the land, which is the Constitution. And now we pray that at least 5 of the 9 Supreme Court justices will, against incredible pressure and the forces of darkness, do the same. Teaser: people wonder how we can possibly save our country from these principalities, rulers, authorities, powers of this dark world, and the spiritual forces in the heavenly realms. It's impossible, right? No. It is possible. In my next email I will explain what would happen if SCOTUS were to use Barbie and Ken to push aside the IRS and return to a constitutional federal income tax replacement. I think you will be surprised. Goliath needs to go down. Stay tuned. May God bless America and make her free and great again. Ken and Barbara, Cromar. Ken is able to receive regular mail now, envelopes. Remember that all mail is opened and read by a prison employee. Guru information and intel. And Thursday, February 26, 2026 bombshell intel, 107 drops major updates. February 27, 2026, stolen elections exposed, deep state crumbling, Trump's master plan unleashed, 107 on Telegram. Patriots, awaken. Rigged elections stealing America's voice. Explode into light. President Trump roars, elections rigged, stolen, global laughingstock. Fix them or lose the nation. He demands Save America Act. Voter ID, proof of citizenship, mail-ins only for illness, disability, military, travel. Battle line against the cabal. 107 reveals Trump's legacy, sound money and free elections, here first, then worldwide. Ignore move on from 2024, justice demands exposure. Lieutenant Colonel Matt Mack, declassification coming, massive foreign intrusion into voter rolls. E-polls, tabulation, machines. Whole system infiltrated. Trump wants laws, proves citizenship, show ID, limit mail-ins. If Senate blocks, national emergency declaration hits. Powers from Truman precedents. China, Cuba, Venezuela, Serbia, NATO allies collude with traitors like Brennan. Fake ballots printed in China, imported. Lists exist, actors known. Trump warns, machines in 2026 midterms equals stolen again. House/Senate lost, impeachment, mass jails for patriots. Susan Rice threatens vengeance. But Trump, man for the hour, won't be stopped. Primaries crucial. Uni-party plants Renos. Proposed EO ready. 1. Foreign ballots, collusion, Brennan crosshairs, dominoes fall. Sands erode under traitors. Trump's EO ignored, pardons defied. Proposed EO needs national emergency, election attack equals WMD. Like nukes. International law, rigging equals war. Triggers military response, Commander-in-Chief hat on. Protects Constitution from enemies and billions wasted. Continuity shifts to NORAD 1954 protocols, military versus occupation. 71 nations hijacked. Trump restores honesty here. Exports freedom. Tariffs. Supreme Court anti-Trump ruling. Trump hits back blanket 10%. Justice Thomas dissent. Unconstitutional. Legitimacy challenged back to Obama. CIA creation. Storm surges. Grand juries testify worldwide fraud. Media complicit, silenced by evidence. Election attack. Equals active war, grab foreign perps for trials. Q, we have it all. Emergency equals military enforces honest 2026 votes. No court blocks in wartime. Supreme traitors exposed. Tariffs shield jobs. Self-deport. Return legally, America reboots. Great Awakening. Trump leads White Hats, military. Enemies tremble. Rededicate May 17, 2026 DC Mall prayer, then 49 days to July 4. Renew to God, righteous rule. No serfs, of, by, for the people. Cabal fails. WWG1G. Trump's legacy, honest elections, sound money, global freedom. Arrests, Gitmo near. Hold the line, victory imminent. 107 on Telegram breaking, 107 update, Mexico buffer zone activated, cartels crumbling under Trump's iron fist as World 2026 Cuban pesos looms, 107 on Telegram. The storm is raging south of the border, patriots, and 107 just dropped the hammer on what's really unfolding in Mexico right now in late February 2026. Claudia Sheinbaum has flipped. She's no longer playing games with the cartels, China, Cuba, or the deep state puppets pulling strings. Negotiations are locked in for a massive buffer zone stretching 10 to 30 miles deep into Mexican territory from the U.S. border, a no-go area where American and cooperating Mexican forces will crush the narco-terrorists once and for all. This isn't invasion, it's liberation with full permission, intel sharing, and boots ready to roll. If Mexico needs the extra muscle to finish the job. Sheinbaum was airlifted out for her safety as the pressure mounted, cartels threatened her life, China and Cuba pulled levers, but Trump's resolve forced her to pick a side. And she chose the Patriots. Mexican police and military, long infiltrated, are now turning on the cartels with stunning raids. They knew exactly where El Mencho was hiding for years, but now the heads are rolling. The Jalisco New Generation cartel and Sinaloa scum are getting hammered, fentanyl pipelines severed, and thousands of deaths. Both Mexican citizens and Americans poisoned by Chinese-supplied poison will finally stop. This is biblical justice unfolding before our eyes. The grip of communist narco-states is breaking everywhere. Venezuela's monsters neutralized after Trump's precision strikes, Cuba's massive embassy influence in Mexico City exposed and dismantled, spotlighted as the racial genocide it truly is. No more denial from fake news like Anderson Cooper. The same evil networks run through LA County, with Mayor Bass as a Cuban puppet. Tied to election fraud, watch her empire unravel as the communist stronghold in America crumbles next. Threats remain on U.S. soil, subs with nukes, buried devices from Cold War rumors, cargo ships smuggling horrors, but the White Hats have neutralized the big organizers first. Raids here cut off cartel backers, ensuring no retaliation as we push south. The cartels are terrified, they know Blackhawks, Apaches, and elite teams are coming if they don't surrender. No mercy for those poisoning our kids with fentanyl, but Trump won't let it continue. This all ties to the 2026 World Cup in Mexico. It will happen, secured under a cleaned-up grid system dividing the country into zones for policing. Northern border hotspots like Juarez will heat up, but with U.S. assistance, cartels get wiped out. Innocent casualties are gamed in. But letting these demons rule forever is no option. Trump tightens screws on Venezuela, Iran carrier groups in place, same playbook crushes Mexico's evil. The deep state, Epstein blackmail rings, honey traps in high office, it's all connected. Patriots, the republic rises as this narco-communist web gets torn apart. Trump's will makes it happen where others failed. Stay vigilant, stock up, pray, the Great Awakening accelerates, cartels fall, freedom wins. The storm is here, and victory is near. Where we go one, we go all. Thursday, February 26, 2026. Breaking. Cartels in chaos after El Mencho takedown, Mexico on fire, buffer zone activated, deep state puppets exposed as Trump's plan unfolds. 107 on Telegram. The storm has hit Mexico hard, patriots. Just days ago, the Mexican military, backed by razor sharp U.S. intelligence straight from the Trump administration, took down the untouchable cartel kingpin Nemesio El Mencho Oseguera Cervantes, head of the Jalisco New Generation Cartel, CJNG. This monster, responsible for flooding America with fentanyl poison and slaughtering thousands, met his end in a fierce dawn raid. He was fatally wounded and died en route for treatment, a massive victory for justice that the fake news barely whispers about. But the cartels aren't going quietly. In retaliation, CJNG thugs unleashed hell, burning trucks and vehicles on highways, blocking major roads with flaming barricades, turning cities into war zones. Puerto Vallarta, once a peaceful tourist haven, became a ghost town overnight. Citizens report no police or military in sight at first, everyone ordered to shelter in place, don't go out, it's not safe. Families frantic as loved ones stuck on errands can't get home because roads are sealed off with torched semis parked sideways. Businesses shut early, schools cancelled all the way through university level, no taxis, no transport, pure Mad Max scenes on the streets of Jalisco and beyond. This is no random flare-up. It's the death rattle of a narco-empire crumbling under pressure. President Claudia Sheinbaum, long accused of cartel ties and deep communist leanings, has flipped under Trump's iron grip. She's negotiating a buffer zone, 10 to 30 miles deep into Mexico, from the U.S. border, where American tech and intel will help crush labs and operations. No invasion needed, just permission granted because the evidence Trump holds is overwhelming. Sheinbaum was reportedly whisked away on an Air Force flight for safety as the heat turned up. Proof she's in a vice between cartels, China, Cuba, and now real American power. The deep state puppets are panicking. Cuba's massive embassy in Mexico City, a hub for communist control over the region, is losing its grip. Venezuela's Maduro extraction set the template. Now Mexico follows. China's fentanyl precursors. Cut off. The cartels grew fat under Biden's open borders, doubling in tech, drones, armored vehicles, but Trump's superiority in warfare and intel changed everything. U.S. assets didn't even need boots on the ground, just precise data handed over, and Mexico executed. Watch for escalation, narco blockade spreading, desperate attacks on border areas like Tijuana and Juarez. Cartels threatening drone strikes, showing off in front of U.S. cameras to intimidate. But they're vulnerable now, leaderless wasps. Buzzing after the nest got smashed. Infighting brewing, with pretenders like Yogurt popping up in videos claiming control, bold but doomed. This is the awakening patriots have prayed for. The communist grip on L.A. County, mayor-based puppets, South Africa's white farmer killings. All linked in the global cabal web. Trump is dismantling it piece by piece. No more narco states tolerated on our doorstep. The buffer zone is going live, cartels pushed back, sovereignty reclaimed. QAnons, stay vigilant, the storm is here, but light is breaking through. Trump promised to end this poison flow, and he's delivering. The White Hats are winning big. Pray, prepare, and watch the dominoes fall. The best is yet to come, tribunals next. Q Thursday, February 26, 2026. Checkmate. The Black Swan event, financial collapse, blackout and a radical reset, Ezra Cohen on Telegram. A looming Black Swan event could trigger a massive financial collapse, wiping out the stock market, Bitcoin, and cryptocurrencies alike. The fallout may extend beyond finance, disrupting critical infrastructure, even the power grid. As panic spreads, the emergency broadcast system, EBS, could signal a dramatic turning point, marking the end of the old financial order and the beginning of a new era. Financial collapse on the horizon. This wouldn't be a normal correction. With soaring debt, heavy central bank intervention, and fragile markets, the system stands on unstable ground. If it unravels, both traditional markets and digital assets could crash simultaneously, shaking global economies and confidence worldwide. The ripple effects could disrupt trade, banking, and daily life. A global blackout and system reset in this scenario. Infrastructure failures could lead to widespread blackouts, symbolizing the collapse of outdated systems. Supporters of this theory believe the crisis would clear the way for a total reset, not just financially, but energetically. The new era following the chaos, a transformation could emerge, shifting from conventional energy systems toward advanced technologies such as quantum-based power concepts. Proponents claim this reset would reshape global power structures and economic systems. Thursday, February 26, 2026. Trump commands the last storm, mass arrests explode, Q plan unleashes, EBS imminent, cabal crumbles now, Project Odin martial law on Telegram. The storm is raging with full force, patriots. In late February 2026, President Donald J. Trump leads the charge to restore the republic through the unbreakable Q plan, which will destroy the satanic deep state for good. The quantum financial system, which is backed by gold, went live in 209 countries, ending fiat debt slavery. Banks that don't follow the rules will close down. No more fake money printing or controlling people's lives through debt. Accounts are safely mirrored in the QFS blockchain, can be traced back to their source, and are ready for the biggest transfer of wealth in history. A lot of people were arrested. The global military alliance led by Trump raided Rome, Brussels, London, and D.C. More than 500,000 members. Day global blackout and martial law. EBS starts up through Starlink, taking over media satellites. 10 countries show truth videos in 55 languages about things like saving children, biolabs, election fraud, and courts, raw exposure. Stay home and pray. This 10-day movie marathon wakes people up while the good guys get rid of evil. Starting now, darkness will sink with the 48-hour GCR/Jazar wealth blackout. There are redemption centers close by. You can only get contract rates for ZIM, dinar, and VND at official sites. Banks will cheat you. Tier 4B prosperity packages are ready, and rates are going up. Med beds will be available in mid-March 2026. They will heal everyone for free, regardless of wealth or location. Trump's State of the Union speech starts a war, no Congress needed. Explosive drops, live cabal. Layers are shown, big names are named, evidence drops, and a republic is declared against Biden's remnants. Deep state is in a panic, rats are running away, files are being burned, and paths are being blocked. The Mar-a-Lago plot failed, and the Iran plots were stopped. The Supreme Court traitors were exposed, tariffs went up, the dollar crashed, and gold, silver, and other commodities skyrocketed. Military technology exposed pedophiles and made them give up. Clones and doubles fall. Election fraud floods, a lot of illegal people registered, ballots were backdated, and votes were stolen in 2020. Trump became the real leader. Biblical judgment. The empire of satanic pedophiles dies. In the bright light. Money disappears, debt is wiped out, and abundance grows. Keep cash on hand, get ready, and trust the plan. God wins. Thursday, February 26, 2026, Epstein files reveal Israel assassinated princess Diana to protect elite pedophile network. Buried in the latest declassified Epstein files from the DOJ vault, evidence that Israel masterminded Princess Diana's 1997 assassination to protect their elite blackmail web. Q. The Storm Rider on Telegram. Thursday, February 26, 2026, bombshell. Alert: Obama and Clinton operative Larry Summers has resigned from Harvard. Amid his ties to Epstein. Thursday, February 26, 2026, explosive report, he trapped them. Trump's State of the Union shatters the narrative, the Democrats walked right in. Wednesday, 25th of February, 2026, top takeaways, 1H48 of Trump Unleashed, moments that shook the chamber. February 25, 2026, national security bombshell. National security bombshell: Obama under federal criminal investigation. The DOJ is invoking 18 U.S. Code Section 241. Thursday, February 26, 2026, Norwegian authorities have charged Torbjørn Jagland, former PM of Norway and ex-chair of the Nobel Committee, with gross corruption allegedly connected to contacts with Jeffrey Epstein. Days later, February 17, he was hospitalized in critical condition after an apparent suicide attempt. The investigation began after newly unsealed U.S. documents, with prosecutors claiming flights, luxury stays and payments presented as consulting fees. Searches and seizures were carried out in January 2026. Investigators say the probe continues and could expand, while the case raises wider questions about influence and conflicts of interest in European institutions. The Patriot Dispatch on Telegram. February 25, 2026, bombshell announcement. J.D. Vance, Scott Bessent and DOJ launch full-scale war on fraud. DOJ will be throwing fraudsters in prison. Wednesday, 25th of February, 2026, boom. Fedgate 2026, $1 trillion Fed scam exposed, insider drops bombshell, Federal Reserve is just a giant hedge fund now. Wednesday, 25th of February, 2026, huge news, Trump just confirmed, 0% income tax is coming. The money we're taking in is so enormous, you won't even have income tax to pay. Wednesday, 25th of February, 2026, explosive declaration, Senate Leader John Thune confirms vote on Save America Act, we will put the Democrats on the record, firestorm coming. Thursday, February 26, 2026, bombshell alert, Obama and Clinton operative Larry Summers has resigned from Harvard. Amid his ties to Epstein. Israel is last Thursday, February 26, 2026 breaking, the Israeli governor ran Epstein's security camera system at his NY command base, confirming he was a foreign intelligence asset working for Israel. Top FBI whistleblower, Kyle Seraphin, reveals that not only does this prove that Epstein was working for Israel, but that the CIA, NSA, and FBI were also fully aware and complicit. Alex Jones on Telegram. Government fraud. Thursday, February 26, 2026, FBI agents raid LA Unified School District Superintendent Alberto Carvalho's home and office. He admits on camera to being an illegal in America for 40 years. $77 million taxpayers' dollars missing. Student attendance records falsified, JFK secrets on Telegram. Thursday, February 26, 2026. Holy cow, President Trump has announced the DOJ has caught Adam Schiff 100% on mortgage fraud. It's mortgage loan fraud. A big deal. He defrauded banks, insurance companies, and the federal government, the White House on Telegram. Thursday, February 26, 2026. Massive fraud exposed. Stanley Kubrick confessed in a video in 1999 that he filmed the moon landing on a movie-like setup location in the Nevada desert. NASA did it to ensure present and future funding. Thursday, February 26, 2026. Head of a San Francisco nonprofit who ran a city-sponsored homeless encampment is facing 9 counts of embezzlement charges. The woman misappropriated more than $2.5 million. $1.4 million is missing. She bought $100,000 jewelry from a store owned by board member of the same nonprofit. Millions of dollars being lost. It's all money laundering, MAGA voice on Telegram. Tuesday, February 24, 2026. Donald Trump confirms at the State of the Union that Somali immigrants in Minnesota have stolen more than $19 billion from American taxpayers. Trump says California, Massachusetts and Maine all have more fraud than Minnesota. There's been no more stunning example than Minnesota, where members of the Somali community have pillaged an estimated $19 billion from the American taxpayer. We have all the information, and in actuality, the number is much higher than that, and California, Massachusetts, Maine, and many other states are even worse. This is the kind of corruption that shreds the fabric of a nation, and we are working on it like you wouldn't believe. So tonight, I am officially announcing the war on fraud, to be led by our great Vice President, J.D. Vance. Thursday, February 26, 2026. J.D. Vance says the amount healthcare fraud being committed in Democrat states by illegals and others could be well over $300 billion. Politicians like Waltz who are complicit in this need to start being arrested. The Great Awakening on Telegrams. Voter fraud, Wednesday 25th of February. 2026. At least 432,000 votes in 15 counties were removed from Trump during the Pennsylvania 2020 election alone. Over 12,000 direct votes switched from Trump to Biden in Bibb County, Georgia, with another 30,000 in total completely removed from Trump in Georgia. Have you noticed that every single error or anomaly only ever affects Trump in a negative way and Democrats in a positive way? The writing is on the wall. The 2020 election was stolen. Q. The storm on Telegrammy. Wed. February 25, 2026. Breaking: Nick Shirley's fraud exposing partner David Hawk just confirmed a massive ballot fraud operation in Minnesota. Project Odin on Telegram. We need the Save America Act or they will keep stealing elections. Somalis vote Democrat. 9 people in an apartment, they send 9 ballots, no verification. They imported Somalis and then implemented mass mail-in voting. It's fraud. It's cheating. This is like the Wild West, and it's destroying Minnesota. It's destroying the country, and we're at a crossroads right now where this is the civil war that we're fighting, and it's good versus evil. And I just said, you've got to decide which side you're on because you can't straddle the fence on this. Epstein Files Z. Thursday, February 26, 2026. The Epstein Files contain many mysteries, but we're missing a large section of documents consisting of the time period from 1999 to 2001, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. It also exposed and confirmed many of the Clintons' connections and trips with Epstein, including helping to start their foundation. But how did Epstein really find Clinton before he was president? Do their connections go back to the drug running in Mena, Arkansas with the CIA? Ghislaine Maxwell was also oddly enough asked to be a part of a shadow commission on 9/11. We know that they knew about 9/11 before it happened. Many questions still remain. Why didn't they do anything about it and just let it happen? And who really benefited the most from one of the largest terror attacks on American soil in history, and was Epstein connected? Thursday, February 26, 2026. White Hat Global Military Alliance unleashes final phase, mass arrests surge, martial law locks in, Gitmo tribunals devour treasonous elites as Trump reclaims America. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Patriots, the storm rages full force. White Hat Global Military Alliance presses unstoppable mass arrests of treasonous global elites. JAG tribunals at Gitmo and World Court proceedings rip open layers of pure evil. Martial law holds firm for continuity of government as the corrupt system dies. President Donald Trump's February 24, 2026 State of the Union thundered, government's first duty protects citizens, not illegal invaders. Legislators refusing to stand were shamed, their betrayal exposed for every patriot. Gold asset-backed quantum financial system is live, sparking worldwide blackouts. Emergency broadcast system activation, and 10 days of communication darkness from late February 2026. 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages will blast 24/7 across TV, radio, internet. Israel last, Zionist grip on DC unmasked, funding terror, assassinating threats like Diana. Iran regime shakes, U.S. jets deployed, citizens await strike sending decades of evil. Global currency reset fires February 26. 2026, gold-backed, 209 nations, no income tax. Nizara/Jazara, debt jubilee, IRS gone, constitutional law back, cabal purged. Free energy, replicators, suppress tech unleash golden age, no poverty, no hunger, total prosperity. Great awakening roars, Trump leads, justice thunders. Wednesday 25th of February. 2026, former FBI agent John D'Souza tried to warn us about the real identity of Barack Obama. In 2008, something unbelievable happened for us in the FBI. We were getting lots of rumors about this high-level asset that worked with several intelligence agencies at the same time. He worked for the Saudi Intelligence Service. He worked for the CIA, and he was being developed as a political asset in Chicago, Illinois. It's this individual, whose name I don't like to say, who became President of the United States. One of his code names is Renegade. His real name was Barry Sutara. His mission was to destroy the United States from within. The White House on Telegram. The White House on Telegram. ZC. Thursday, February 26, 2026. People with verifiable death records on Michigan's voter rolls. SIF on Telegram. 1,330 listed as inactive registrants. 334 were registered after they already died. The remaining counties refused cooperation or evaded requests to reveal potential fraud. Why? This explains the Fulton County raid. If no fraud, why not release the ballots and images to prove it? Because they're guilty, and they know it. The truth will prevail. Join, at _SIF. ZD. Wednesday 25th of February. 2026. Everyone needs to see this. The Titanic was an inside job. Ben Fulford. The Rothschilds sank the Titanic to set up the Federal Reserve. The Titanic was deliberately sunk to eliminate 3 billionaire men who opposed the Federal Reserve, due to their wealth and influence. The Federal Reserve Act of 1913, a sinister elite-controlled private banking system to oversee all financial institutions. J.P. Morgan and the Titanic. J.P. Morgan, who funded and built the Titanic, cancelled his voyage at the last moment, as did his friend Milton Hershey, who later expanded his food empire. The ship featured electromagnetic deck sealing, potentially trapping passengers below. Aftermath and the Federal Reserve. Post-Titanic, the Federal Reserve was established under questionable circumstances in 1914. John Jacob Astor IV, a Tesla supporter and critic of the Federal Reserve, being one of the wealthiest and most opposed to the new system. Z. Thursday, February 26, 2026. Trump's boldest move yet, Q storm ravaging UK and Norway. They fell into the trap. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. The Great Awakening just smashed Europe like a thunderbolt. Days ago, former Prince Andrew was reportedly detained. Then Peter Mandelson, untouchable labor titan, Rothschild yacht companion, Epstein intel conduit, arrested for passing classified government secrets. Next day, Norway's ex-Prime Minister Torbjørn Jagland, Nobel architect who gifted Obama the prize mid-drone spree, charged with Epstein-linked corruption and now hospitalized after alleged suicide attempt. 3 untouchables down in a week. This isn't about girls anymore. It's classified intel flowing to Epstein's network, blackmail, extortion, global control via Five Eyes plus Mossad. The old pedo island script is dead. The real monster is emerging. Mandelson, communist roots, Ghislaine Circle, Deripaska deals, Jewish chronicle lineage. Jagland, socialist international boss, EU fanatic, Nobel puppet master. We are saving Israel for last. Europe's stage is perfect, Trump stays neutral, hands clean, while Democrats and globalists howl for full Epstein release. Poland launches government task force, declares files a national security threat. More nations joining. Pam Bondi silent, suspicion skyrockets. Charlie Kirk saga boiling, Candace Owens series exposes anomalies, birth records shifting, marine ties. Perfect bridge to 9/11, JFK everything. Contemporary trigger unlocks historical truths. Israel in crosshairs. When it breaks here, it's demanded justice, not politics. Annons, the storm isn't approaching, it's raging. Europe ablaze, clowns exposed, swamp draining globally. Trump directs from shadows while the world chants his name. The end game is live. Buckle up, patriots, Judgment Day accelerates. Things you don't want to know. Years ago, George Soros, a major leader in the deep state Satan-worshipping cabal, was arrested by Trump's global military alliance. Underwent a military tribunal at Gitmo and hanged. His 3 sons, including Zelensky of Ukraine, have carried on his corrupt legacy. BRICS nations alliance and their global currency reset. On Wednesday, 25th of February, 2026, the global currency reset exploded across all 209 sovereign nations. The Military Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, and the Civilian Emergency Alert System, EAS, to be broadcast worldwide over cell phones, TV, radio and internet, would soon signal the final phase of that monetary takeover to return the people's money back to the people. Continued military EBS announcements would engulf 10 to 12 days of worldwide lockdown filled with 8-hour documentaries in 77 languages broadcast 24/7. Saturday, 28th of February, 2026 was said to unleash a 48-hour blackout for full Jazara wealth redistribution. You are advised to stock food, water and cash as banks and ATMs plunged into darkness for 10 full days through Tuesday, March 10, 2026. On Wednesday, 25th of February, 2026 Telegram, there were different versions of when the EBS, ease in 10-12 days of darkness would begin. They were published on Telegram by FBI Director Kash Patel, the Emergency Broadcast System, 10 Days of Darkness and Tier 4 ISO 20022 platforms. The EBS and Days of Darkness beginnings appear to have ever-changing dates, so use your discernment. 10 Days of Darkness starts Tuesday, March 3, 2026. Some mention Sunday, March 1 or around then, lasts to March 10, 2026. 10 days, or 10 to 12 days, of darkness/blackout/communications blackout. Worldwide communications down, major media shuts off as Mossad/mainstream media satellites taken down. Global lockdown under martial law for pedophile arrests worldwide, Q on Telegram. Starting Saturday, 28th of February, 2026, a 48-hour blackout would begin for a Jazara wealth drop. On Sunday, March 1, 2026, the EBS was set to go off over phones, TV and radio around the globe that bypassed all media. It would say that in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be home for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. Project Odin 10 to 12 day blackout and martial law was now set to begin on Tuesday, March 3, 2026 and last until Tuesday, 10th of March. Along with activation of the Emergency Alert System, EAS, and the Military Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, Emergency Broadcast System on Telegram Wednesday, 25th of February, 2026. Tuesday, March 3, 2026 marks the start of 10 Days of Darkness. Martial law clamps down hard, global military alliance rounds up deep state Satanist pedophiles in massive sweeps. Starlink-powered EBS blasts truth straight into every home. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram Wednesday, 25th of February, 2026. The Tier 4 ISO 20022 platform had this schedule. Tuesday, March 17, 2026, military communication hubs will begin transitioning entirely onto the secure Starlink quantum network. Expect intermittent disruptions across civilian networks as encryption layers tighten worldwide. Thursday, March 19, 2026, a controlled financial cooling period will occur. Select banks across the EU, US, and Asia will temporarily pause international transfers as QFS liquidity channels fully replace the SWIFT framework. Officials will call it routine maintenance. It is not. Saturday, March 21, 2026, global enforcement units will initiate the next wave of coordinated arrests. Over 7,000 sealed cases are scheduled to be executed across 14 nations. Expect sudden resignations, media blackouts, and emergency parliamentary sessions. Monday, March 23, 2026, a worldwide market freeze will be announced. All major stock exchanges, NYSE, Nasdaq, FTSE, DAX, Nikkei, will halt trading simultaneously for the first time in human history. This marks the official death of the fiat derivative system. Wednesday, March 25, 2026. The second phase of wealth redistribution begins under QFS auditing. Independent citizens with verified biometric wallets will gain access to their stabilized asset-backed balances. This will spark the largest economic recalibration ever recorded. Judy note in summary, on Saturday evening February 28, 2026 or Sunday March 1, 2026 the EBS was set to go off. It was designed to bypass all media and speak the truth to every home. 8-hour rotating documentaries will be shown for 10 days in 77 languages over TV, radio and internet to all the world, which should put a big dent in the sheeple's reality. Topics discussed like the U.S. Incorporated was not a free republic, but was a privately owned by Satan worshippers bankers corporation. Expect big names to be called out, along with ironclad evidence of 500,000 sealed indictments on deep state global elites that have been issued by various state grand juries since 2016. Military tribunals at Gittim Zero, high-profile executions and perhaps the long-awaited declaration that the constitutional republic has been restored. A107 endorsed this urgent message. Caitlin Hunter and Janine Larick were in grave danger from Ohio's corrupt CPS, police and courts. Wednesday 25th of February. 2026 gold-backed QFS ignited in 209 nations on Wednesday, February 26, 2026. Q on Telegram. Trump removed the Fed from cabal control in 2025, now sovereign treasury, no income tax, with tariffs plus 14% new goods sales tax. Transition from fiat currency to gold/asset-backed quantum satellite system. Runs on triple code, possibly 8G network for SATCOM, part of global reset ending cabal financial control. EBS activation incoming via cell phones worldwide, also TV, radio, Internet. Starlink EBS exposes cabal fall, fiat end, freedom dawn. Broadcasts documentaries on deep state cabal, arrests, tribunals, suppressed truths, including extraterrestrial life, patents, New Earth. Signals new era of truth, justice, liberation, part of global military alliance takeover. 10 Days of Darkness starts Tuesday, March 3, 2026, some mentions Sunday, March 1 or around then. Lasts to March 10, 2026. 10 days, or 10 to 12 days, of darkness/blackout/communications blackout. Worldwide communications down, major media shuts off as Mossad/mainstream media satellites taken down. Global lockdown under martial law for pedophile arrests worldwide. Stay home, stay calm, stay in prayer during this period. Preceded by 48-hour blackout starting Saturday, February 28, 2026. For Jazara/Yasara wealth drop, stocks, food, cash, bank Stark. Wednesday 25th of February. 2026 blackout necessary, emergency broadcast system on Telegram. On Sunday, March 1, 2026 the EBS was set to go off over phones, TV and radio around the globe that bypassed all media. It would say that in the next 5 hours or so, everyone needed to be home for a global lockdown that would last 10 to 12 days. The EBS was designed to speak the truth to every home across the globe and show that everything new is beginning. No more lies, no more censorship. The elite's last defense was collapsing as Trump fights for humanity. 8-hour rotating documentaries will be shown for 10 days in 77 languages over TV, radio and internet to all the world, which should put a big dent in the sheeple's reality. They will show documentaries of everything that has happened to wake up the masses. Nizara will be announced. There is a lot to expose, like the deep state global elite cabal's money laundering. Wednesday 25th of February. 2026 the quantum financial system surges forward relentlessly, with gold-backed currencies now live across first-wave nations since Sunday 22nd of February. 2026, 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. On Monday, February 23, 2026 the QFS seized full operational control, sinking every global bank to the unbreakable asset-backed framework while the fiat illusion crumbles forever. The cabal's debt slavery machine lies in ruins. Trump's warriors have stripped their gold vaults bare, declaring the old U.S. Incorporated bankrupt and erased. On Wednesday, 25th of February, 2026 the global currency reset exploded across all 209 sovereign nations. Goldstandard QFS activates everywhere, shredding income tax chains. Sovereign treasuries rise supreme, no more IRS theft, Only tariffs and a clean 14% sales tax on new goods. The deep state trembles as their counterfeit empire melts away in real time. Patriots everywhere feel the shift, freedom's wealth transfer begins, and the Satan-worshipping pedophile elites face their final reckoning. Saturday, 28th of February. 2026 unleashes the 48-hour blackout for full Jazara wealth redistribution. Stock food, water, cash, banks plunge into darkness for 10 full days through twos. March 10, 2026. Nizara/Jazara ignites worldwide, debts forgiven, mortgages wiped, credit cards nullified. National debts vanish, constitutional law restores, suppressed technologies flood out. The people reclaim what was stolen for generations. Twos. March 3, 2026 marks the start of 10 days of darkness. Martial law clamps down hard, global military alliance rounds up deep state Satanist pedophiles in massive sweeps. 8-hour rotating documentaries in 77 languages run 24/7 on TV, radio, internet, no escape from the revelations. The fiat end hits like thunder, freedom's dawn breaks through the shadows. Thursday, March 5, 2026 global EBS intensifies, bypassing corrupt media to deliver unfiltered justice. Project Sandman crashes the US dollar Friday 6 Saturday, March 7, 2026. First wave SIM holders flood with initial funds, millions awakening to abundance. Monday, March 9, 2026 SIM redemptions pour into humanitarian projects worldwide. Foreign currency exchanges follow at redemption centers only, higher rates secured, quantum wallets issued, rainbow currency and debit cards ready. No more bank scams. Saturday, March 14, 2026 global medbed streams demonstrate miracles live via Starlink. Q clock hits 00 mark Thursday, March 12, 2026, perfect alignment. Twos. March 17, 2026 Trump unleashes an epic global independence celebration, unveiling the full QFS rebirth and sovereign new world. The golden age explodes, humanity ascends, unity consciousness prevails, and the old evil guard hangs in tribunals. Patriots rise victorious, the storm has arrived, and nothing can stop what's coming. The children are saved, the republic restored, Nizara/Jazara delivers paradise on earth. Wednesday, 25th of February. 2026 The final sequence is activating, prepare for the unthinkable, Tier 4 ISO 20022 on Telegram. As the world crosses the point of no return, the next phase of the global transition is already locked in. What you are about to read outlines the most critical timeline ever released to the public. Every date carries weight. Every event is synchronized with QFS, Starlink, and global military coordination. The silence before the storm is ending. Tuesday, March 17, 2026 military communication hubs will begin transitioning entirely onto the secure Starlink quantum network. Expect intermittent disruptions across civilian networks as encryption layers tighten worldwide. Thursday, March 19, 2026 A controlled financial cooling period will occur. Select banks across the EU, US, and Asia will temporarily pause international transfers as QFS liquidity channels fully replace the SWIFT framework. Officials will call it routine maintenance. It is not. Saturday, March 21, 2026 Global enforcement units will initiate the next wave of coordinated arrests. Over 7,000 sealed cases are scheduled to be executed across 14 nations. Expect sudden resignations, media blackouts, and emergency parliamentary sessions. Monday, March 23, 2026 A worldwide market freeze will be announced. All major stock exchanges, NYSE, Nasdaq, FTSE, DAX, Nikkei, will halt trading simultaneously for the first time in human history. This marks the official death of the fiat derivative system. Wednesday, March 25, 2026 The second phase of wealth redistribution begins under QFS auditing. Independent citizens with verified biometric wallets will gain access to their stabilized asset-backed balances. This will spark the largest economic recalibration ever recorded. Sunday, March 29, 2026 A global broadcast update will be issued through the Starlink Emergency Network. This transmission will contain newly declassified evidence of crimes against humanity, exposing the final layer of the cabal's power structure. Tuesday, March 31, 2026 The worldwide digital identity rollout begins. QFS-issued sovereign IDs will replace outdated government documentation. This upgrade will eliminate tax fraud, identity theft and financial manipulation permanently. Thursday, April 2, 2026, the new quantum governance framework will be presented. Nations will reveal their transition into constitutional, asset-backed republic structures, fulfilling the long-awaited Jazara mandates. Sunday, April 5, 2026, a global unity celebration will synchronize across all 209 Jazara nations. This marks the public recognition of humanity's entry into the new era, free from the old debt-based systems and restored into sovereignty. Global Currency Reset, TOOS. February 24, 2026. Bruce, a source said notifications with 800 #S for Tier 4B, us, the Internet Group, and maybe bondholders, could be in 48 hours, or around Thursday 26 February. Tariff dividends were supposed to kick off Sunday, March 1, 2026. Social Security recipients should get tariff dividends by direct deposit. Otherwise, you will get it via regular mail. TOOS. February 24, 2026 marks, bondholders expecting liquidity by end of week. Wednesday 25 February. 2026 QFS capital release confirmed. Private payouts now in motion, Tier 4 BOSO 20,022 on Telegram. Multiple confirmations indicate that legacy bond capital is surging through the system at unprecedented velocity. Paymaster channels are filling faster than projected. Those with direct visibility describe the movement as a controlled financial detonation, a clear marker that the final liquidity phase tied to Nizara and Jazara is now live. Private redemption sessions are already being arranged discreetly across several regions. This is not a simulation or a soft launch. These are real allocations executing inside the quantum financial system. Position yourself. There will be no physical cash distribution. Access will be granted through sovereign quantum accounts, giving holders full authority over their funds. Capital can be segmented into secured channels for personal use, long-term reserves, and humanitarian deployment. Qualified facilitators will be present to assist with structuring, compliance, project selection, and post-release strategy. ZIM status brief data is updating rapidly as final valuation bands lock in. No project submission, flat $15 million settlement, independent of quantity held. Approved humanitarian projects, 1-to-1 valuation on the first two 100T bond notes, then $25 million per 100T for up to 30 notes. Further negotiations will be handled in a secondary session. The Secure 800 contact line will activate closer to full system rollout. Valuations are at historic levels. All channels continue to point to the same window, next week. Execution remains on track. Resistance elements are still active, but system security is absolute and all assets remain under quantum protection. Once released, the flow cannot be reversed. J. Judy note on bank exchanges: a bank cannot give you the higher exchange rate you would receive at an official redemption center and do not have the authority to redeem ZIM bonds. With the global currency reset now active, any bank not Basel III compliant, their money is backed by gold, do not have the authority to exchange foreign currencies. These banks are now closing down, including closing individual accounts without giving customers their monies back. Wednesday 25 February. 2026 Banks, HSBC, one of the most powerful banking institutions in the world, is reportedly now actively exchanging EQD and VND, but the exchanges were not available to the general public. According to credible insiders and client-level confirmations, HSBC has begun private exchanges of Iraqi dinar. According to sources with direct ties to wealth management teams at HSBC, these exchanges are taking place strictly by appointment only. No walk-ins, no public announcements, only clients with large verified currency holdings and a pre-existing relationship with the bank's wealth division are being invited. These appointments happen in private meeting rooms, often accompanied by legal and financial advisors, and always under tight security protocols. The process is tightly controlled. Clients are required to pass Know Your Customer and anti-money laundering checks, provide original receipts or notarized affidavit proving the legal acquisition of their currency, and allow the bank to scan and authenticate each note using UV verification systems. Once approved, the exchanged funds are not available instantly. Typically, they're held in escrow or processing accounts for a period ranging from 24 to 72 hours, a standard compliance buffer in transactions of this magnitude. L. Judy note: it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, The dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. What we think we know as of Thursday, February 26, 2026, Wednesday 25th of February, 2026, breaking, special report, deep state traders named, Tulsi Gabbard confirms coordinated coup against President, Trump drops the names, treason. It's official. Wednesday 25th of February, 2026, we investigated the Maui fires and cover-up is worse than we thought, Wednesday 25th of February, 2026, bombshell announcement, J.D. Vance, Scott Bessent and DOJ launch full-scale war on fraud, DOJ will be throwing fraudsters in prison. Wednesday 25th of February, 2026, national security bombshell, national security bombshell Obama under federal criminal investigation, the DOJ is invoking 18 U.S. Code Section 241. Wednesday 25th of February, 2026, top takeaways, 1H48 of Trump unleashed, moments that shook the chamber. Wednesday 25th of February, 2026, breaking, special report, deep state traders named, Tulsi Gabbard confirms coordinated coup against President, Trump drops the names, treason. It's official. Wednesday 25th of February, 2026 once again, conspiracy theorists, you were correct. Recently, CIA released declassified documents about Project Artichoke, a covert government initiative intended to influence Americans' thought. Mr. Poole on Telegram. Exploding out of Jalisco at dawn, White Hat Special Forces, guided by Andromeda Council intel, stormed a hidden deep underground maglev base, masquerading as El Mencho's fortified lair, vaporizing the Khazarian Mafia's clone cartel avatar in a 37-minute inferno of plasma fire. But this wasn't just a takedown, they seized a quantum-encrypted laptop exposing the Avatar Replacement Program, ARP, in full swing, with glitch-out logs of clone celebrity stand-ins malfunctioning during live feeds from Beirut to Baja. The Khazarian Mafia's Looking Glass temporal warfare tech tried to rewind the raid, but Project Looking Glass sabotage from Gnostic Illuminati hackers shattered their predictive matrices, leaving these 13 bloodline families in blind panic as their final liquidation accelerates. Meanwhile, the Antarctic breakaway Reich, Neuschwabenland 2.0, is imploding. Andromeda Council emissaries confirm a massive Stargate portal shut down under the ice shelves, cutting off the Khazarian Mafia's extra-dimensional reinforcements just as Iranian intelligence dropped bombshell evidence of pineal calcification weaponization tied to their adrenochrome harvest collapse. Satan-worshipping Padavors in the Black Sun cult are starving, their lush farms drying up as medbed. Celestial chamber suppression conspiracies unravel with leaked blueprints smuggled out via Telegram channels. The Khazarian Mafia's desperate pivot. A 72-hour ultimatum to stage a fake zombie apocalypse, blending Operation Bluefly psyops with engineered bioweapons from hidden DUMs in Lebanon. But White Hats preempted it by downing 3 low-orbit satellites beaming mind control frequencies over the Mediterranean. In a breathless escalation, Quantum Financial System, QFS, activation nodes lit up across Iranian border zones. Iranian intelligence whispering that the GCR/RV shotgun start as mere hours from triggering as Nizara/Jazara military trigger sequences override the Khazarian Mafia's Fiat death machine. Vril-possessed bloodline elites like the puppet proxies in Beirut's evacuated embassies are glitching hard. Body double incidents exposed on Rumble live streams show their avatars stuttering mid-threat. While the Rainbow Currency ISO 20022 rollout surges forward, bypassing the Tartaria mud flood-free energy cover-up that's kept humanity enslaved for centuries. The reveal it will hook you, that seized Mexican dumb laptop didn't just name KM cartel clones, it decoded coordinates for a global adrenochrome harvest collapse network linking Antarctic portals to Beirut safe houses, forcing the 13 bloodline families into open retreat as Andromeda Council delegates demand total surrender within this 72-hour window or face cosmic intervention. The satanic house of cards is collapsing in real time.
Hello, everybody. I was doing a show last night with Derek Johnson and Military Roundtable, and both of us were talking about how the next major focus is going to be on the judicial. So we've got the freedom from the dark web, deep state, through the executive with President Trump being elected. We're in the process, it's not complete yet, we're in the process, I think it will be in 2026, of freeing the legislative from the deep web, dark state, deep state, black hats, right? British influence. All right, so we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the reason why this needs to happen is because the judicial ultimately controls pretty much everything throughout our society. Now, this came in, I believe, after the War of 1812. They basically dominated. The British came in, they burned the Capitol, they burned legislative procedures, they stopped legislative procedures that would have prevented the British from having influence in America. And we're going to talk about that. Article 13. Now, a lot of you will say Article 13 isn't about slavery. Well, there was an Article 13 that was started and has never been ratified. It still can be ratified, that would exclude any foreign influence, and anyone that took up that foreign influence, like the British Accredited Registry, bar, that judges and lawyers, attorneys, not lawyers, attorneys go through, have to become the bar, part of the bar. Now, some people say, well, the bar is about, the bar between, the public and the courtroom. There is that. That's true. But there is also a British. Why would they even have that? Why would they even term it that? British Accredited Registry, because you're part of Britain still, right? So in 1871, later after the War of 1812, and that was never ratified, the British came in and had massive influence on us after the Civil War, where Abraham Lincoln had taken in all the debt of both of the South and the North. And we were in arrears quite a bit. And so he got the backing of the British, all right, to cover the debt. And his plan was to, eventually through tariffs, which were which had been working exceptionally well, he would pay that back. Of course, he was assassinated, probably through the British influence and so forth, just like they did the War of 1812, so that they could have influence on America, control America. And after 1871, they've had the Corporation of America, and all of the laws that were, for Americans went bye-bye, right? Especially with the new Article 13 and the Amendment 13 and Amendment 14 and so forth. Some of them never were not ratified, right? So we'll talk about that in later shows, but I want to focus on, what's going on right now. This is the thing that we all need to be aware of, this manipulation through the judicial systems throughout each state, all right? So everybody talks Constitution. The Constitution has been usurped massively through statutory law, common law, which is the law of the Constitution, has been usurped and taken over by the British Accredited Registry, right? It's been a slow squeeze. 1913, of course. We'll talk about that as well. When the Federal Reserve came in and basically took away our tariffs, right? Our tariffs had made America great. And when the Federal Reserve came in, they started the taxation and did away with the tariffs and brought in free trade. Every time free trade has come in, it's been the destruction of a nation. So our free trade has been slowly squeezing and destroying our nation. And President Trump is trying to bring us back to the tariffs, which I will explain are the thing that we have to go back to, right? And do away with free trade. Free trade destroyed England, right? Tariffs, and made China great. And we'll talk about all the different countries that have done free trade. There's been no country that has had free trade that has gone on to be successful. They're eventually destroyed, right? So America has been destroyed through judicial process and through this free trade nonsense. So we're going to talk about both of those. We'll talk about what happened last night at the State of the Union address, the clown show that happened on the Democrat side. We'll talk about all that. It's going to be a really, really good show. So I did real good research. I've had some people that have been informing me very deeply on the judicial side and how that is a key for us going forward. All right. So let me share the screen, and we'll start with the Titles of Nobility Amendment. Titles of Nobility Amendment, which was supposed to be, and very nearly was, the 13th Amendment, right? And then they buried it. And now we have the 13th Amendment, which was in slavery. All right. So, Titles of Nobility, come up. There you go. All right. It's slow to come up. I don't know why. I guess it has to go through NSA, and they have to approve it first. The Titles of Nobility Amendment is a proposed and still pending amendment. So you think I'm joking. I just did a show with Sheila Holm where she talked about how she nearly died, and many other people died from a bioweapon attack. And YouTube took it down and gave me a warning. So they still are pushing on that bioweapon stuff, guys. All right. They're still controlling the narrative on that. All right. So it was still pending amendment, still pending. We need to bring this back in. All right. So and make it and have it passed, because it very nearly was passed. The 11th Congress passed it on May 1st, 1810, and submitted to the state legislators for ratification. So it passed through Congress and the Senate, and then it went to the states. So there had to be a certain number of states that passed it, and we were right there. And then the War of 1812 happened. How about that? All right. So it would, it talks about how it would strip United States citizenship from any citizen who accepted a title of nobility. So all those judges, all those bar law attorneys could potentially lose their citizenship for being in the bar, for being part of the bar, right? And I believe that we have had lots of mischief that has been destroying America, and this is a good place where we can fix it. Text from amendment. If any citizen of the United States shall accept, claim, receive, or retain any title of nobility or honor, or shall, without the consent of Congress, accept and retain any present, pension, office, or emolument of any kind whatever from any emperor, king, prince, or foreign power, such person shall cease to be a citizen of the United States, and shall be incapable of holding any office of trust or profit from them or either of them. So it was proposed, it was pushed forward. I'm not going to go into, what motivated that. There's a good reason why it was motivated. There's still a good reason why it's motivated to be passed right now, right? Because of judicial nonsense that's going on in America. The Titles of Nobility Amendment was introduced by the Senate by Democrat Republican Senator Philip Reed, and used to have a Democrat Republican group. And then they had Democrats and Republicans, used to have Whigs and all kind of crazy stuff back then. So Philip Reed of Maryland was passed on April 27th, 1810 by a vote of 19-5. So it didn't have a lot of people back then. We need to go back to that. And sent to the House of Representatives for its consideration. It was passed by the House on May 1st. So it went through very quickly. The Senate and the House, boom, boom. Now, having been approved by Congress, the proposed amendment was sent to the state legislatures for ratification and was ratified by the following states. Maryland starts in 1810, and then into the next year, you see how every state was boom, 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 passing this. And then the War of 1812 came. And then, of course, we have Virginia, which was, leaned towards the British, New York, which leaned heavily towards the British, Connecticut, Rhode Island, and South Carolina, which didn't say no and didn't say yes. But South Carolina is very suspect too, because the British came in and took over Charleston very easily, right? And huge army there, and somehow the British just came in and took everything, right? Now, the British, fortunately, were eventually defeated through, I think, guerrilla warfare, and that's what turned the tide. So I could talk about that in other shows, but this is basically where we're at right now, guys. This was a amendment that was almost passed, and it was stopped through the War of 1812, where British came in. They're like, oh, no, 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 no. You're not going to exclude us. We basically were able to, walk away from the Revolutionary War with the knowledge that eventually we're going to have control. And they probably did to a certain extent. So now we move on to the next War of 1812. So War of 1812, of course, the British came in. They burned the Capitol, where the 13th Amendment was written and stored. We didn't have a Capitol back then. We had the White House. Did I say the Capitol? So the White House, they burned the White House down. The Capitol, I don't think was built back then, but, further down the line. So anyway, regardless, we had, groups that fought against each other, belligerents. So the United States had the Cherokee, the Chickasaw, the Choctaw, the Lower Creek, and Tuscarora. And the United Kingdom had Tecumseh's Confederacy, Red Sticks, Menominee, and 6 nations of the Grand River and West Florida. Wow. Commanders and leaders: James Madison, who eventually become president, John Rogers, Stephen Decatur, Andrew Jackson, William Henry Harrison, William Hull, and Winfield Scott. So the strength at the start of this war was 7,000 of the United States, 5,200 under the United Kingdom. And I'm looking at the Earl of Liverpool was the lead, I guess. Eventually, the United States would have 35,800 troops at war's end. The Rangers, militia, frigates, 12, lots of Rangers. Rangers are badass, still are badass. And the strength of the British Empire was 48,000. So 35 to 48. So sounds like somebody made a deal, right? Somebody made a deal. You don't continue this talk of this 13th Amendment, and we'll walk away from that. That's what I think happened, right? Both sides, of course, we had the Francis Scott Key, the bombardment of Fort, what was it, McHenry or something like that. Started the Star Spangled Banner, and of course the flag wasn't pulled down. The British fleet bombardment didn't make them go away, so they fought throughout the night. Very, very good. So we made a good showing, but we lost the 13th Amendment, right? It was never ratified. So British influence to this day has continued. Of course, President Trump, when he went to England in his first term, he basically, walked in front of the Queen and all that kind of stuff. And they went to the Vatican and got lots of gold out of the Vatican. The Pope wasn't very happy. The English weren't happy because Trump said that 1871 deal you made, that's done, right? And so you no longer control us. So now we need to move into, so the executive was done. We're moving into legislative, and now we need to do the judicial, right? How many of you guys know there's 3 branches of the United States of the government? I know because I had to when I was playing football, because the head of my football coach was he taught basically the the 3 branches of government, the Constitution. So I had to do well in that class. Right. So, and I'm glad I did. All right. I'm glad I did. So, and I was the fastest guy in my school. My school did really good in football, but instead of going on to college where everybody wanted me to go, because I was such a fast runner and so good, I went into the Navy and became a Navy SEAL. glad I did that. Right. Tariffs, the taxes that made America great. Now I look through this, and you can ask ChatGPT, and they're going to tell you some bullshit, right? Because that's the way it's programmed. And you're going to look at probably the first 5 to 10 little look at me. This is that's President Trump. He's stupid. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Blah 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 blah. But if you look a little deeper, you're going to find the truth, and that's what you got to do, guys. You got to dig, because there's a lot of bullshit out there. All right, so the 1810 13th Amendment, look that up. If you look up 13th Amendment, it's going to show you the, post-Civil War, free the slaves. Well, so the original 13th Amendment, like I said, needs to be passed. All right. Make America think again. Make America think again. All right. Patrick Buchanan did a good job here. He writes really good stuff. I love his stuff. All right. So let's see. Where am I going to start here? Somewhere after China. Yep. There we go. All right. Tariffs were the taxes that made America great, period. And will make America great again, and are making America great again. This is why President Trump was able to, cut taxes for the seniors, no more tax for Social Security, no more tax for people that are earning wages through tips, no more tax on people that do overtime, no more taxes on, or a bonus, I think, for people that buy new cars, get a loan or whatever, new cars in America, made in America cars, right? So there are lots of, he would not have been able to do that. And he gave every soldier, sailor, Marine, Air Force person that's active right now, $1,776. How did he do all that? Because if it was up to the Democrats, they would be taxing us more, right? So he continued the great, stuff that he did in his first term. I believe that somehow he was involved in keeping that from more taxes coming in over the last, previous 4 years during the Biden administration, which was just a show. And I think there's many reasons why he did it. So anyway, it goes on to talk about how they were the taxes relied upon by the first and greatest of our early statesmen before the coming of the globalists, Woodrow Wilson and FDR, who were both communist, both of them communist, especially FDR, right? Started Social Security, take from everybody and put it in a government program where when you retire, you get nothing pretty much after working your ass off, your whole life. So they've been stealing from Social Security. If they'd, taken money like the new Trump, fund that's out there for children, they would be super rich at this point if they hadn't kept stealing money from Social Security, right? So that was always their plan, and that's the way the Democrats are. They steal. They're stealers, and we'll see more of that when I come up to my next part, where I posted lots of stuff in X. Tariffs to protect manufacturers and jobs. So Trump is talking about this. And the manufacturers have been, very happy with Trump tariffs because there were unfair trade practices that have been going on for decades and decades, all the way back to 1913, right? I believe that's when we went to free trade because that's what Britain wanted, so that they could rape us, and they've been raping us ever since. So Trump is basically turning that around. So tariffs to protect manufacturing jobs were the Republican Party's path to power and prosperity in the 19th and 20th centuries, before the rise of the Rockefeller Eastern liberal establishment and its embrace of the British bred heresy of unfettered free trade. Rockefellers, you are cursed. You should be cursed as a family, right? The Tariff Act of 1789 was enacted with the declared purpose, the encouragement and protection of manufacturers. It was the second act passed by the first Congress, led by Speaker James Madison, right, who fought in that War of 1812. It was crafted by Alexander Hamilton and signed by President Washington. After the War of 1812, all right, President Madison, backed by Henry Clay and John Calhoun and ex-President Jefferson and Adams, enacted the tariffs of 1816 to price British textiles out of competition, so Americans would build the new factories and capture the booming U.S. market. It worked. America became great. America will become great again under tariffs. Tariffs financed by Mr. Lincoln's War. The tariff of 1890 bears the name of Ohio Congressman and future President William McKinley, who said that a foreign manufacturer has no right or claim to equality with our own. He pays no taxes. He performs no civil duties. That is economic patriotism, putting America and Americans first. Americans, right? The Fordney-McCumber tariff gave President Warren Harding and Calvin Coolidge the revenue to offset the slashing of Wilson's income taxes, igniting that most dynamic of decades, the Roaring '20s. That the Smoot-Hawley tariff caused the Depression of the 1930s is a New Deal myth and lie in which America's school children have been indoctrinated for decades. The Depression began with the crash of the stock market in 1929, 9 months before Smoot-Hawley became law. Those lying thieves. The real villain, the Federal Reserve, which failed to replenish that third of the money supply that had been wiped out by thousands of bank failures. So all those banks got wiped out, and the Federal Reserve, which is not federal and has no reserves, came in and took over, and they made it so that those banks would fail. Milton Friedman taught us that a tariff is a tax, but its purpose is not just to raise revenue, but to make a nation economically independent of others and to bring its citizens to rely upon each other rather than foreign entities. The principle involved in a tariff is the same as that used by U.S. colleges and universities that charge foreign students higher tuition than their American counterparts. What patriot would consign the economic independence of his country to the invisible hand of Adam Smith in a system crafted by intellectuals whose allegiance is to an ideology, not a people? What great nation did free traders ever build? Free trade is the policy of fading and failing powers, ours included, past their prime. To the half-century follow passage of the Corn Laws, the British showed the folly of free trade. They began the second half of the 19th century with an economy twice that of the USA and entered it with an economy half of ours, and equaled by a Germany which had, under Bismarck, adopted what was known as the American system. of the nations that have risen to economic preeminence in recent centuries, the British before 1850, United States between 1789 and 1914. So 1913, when the Federal Reserves and the IRS started, post-war Japan, China in recent decades. How many did so through free trade? None. Zero. Zip. All practice economic nationalism. The problem for President Trump, once a nation is hooked on the cheap goods that are the narcotic free trade provides, it is rarely able to break free, because we have all these idiots, Democrats and so forth, that are screaming. And of course, the foreign entities like China and, European countries and so forth that have been, raping the United States for a long time, they're crying and they're pumping money into Democrat coffers so that they can, cry for free trade and push back against the, and of course, we've seen this with, people within the Supreme Court who have sided with China over free trade, for free trade, and push back on, our great new way of trading, tariffs, right? Without tariffs, United States is going to crumble, and President Trump knows this, and that's why he's gone to tariffs. He's gone back to a way that has worked in the past, and it's going to work going forward. All right. So let's look at, the State of the Union last night and the clown show of the Democrat Party, which is trying to destroy America as fast as it can, and is showing its hand. All right. So this was, I watched it all last night. I say, no question now for all to see how the Dem Party needs to go bye-bye. Pass the SAVE Act, which he talked about, and he said it very, very strongly that it needs to be passed. So the Democrats, who would not be in power if the SAVE Act passes, will be taken away, and that's what I believe. Let's listen to this. All right, so it's done. They hate America and the interests that are there. So this is an IRS bombshell. The 16th Amendment was never ratified. 330 trillion stolen from the American people, right? So let's go into this and look at this. It says the smoking gun is out. 16th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, the very foundation that supposedly gives the federal government the power to collect income tax and authorize the IRS, was never legally ratified. Everything the IRS has done since 1913 is based on a lie. What does ratified mean? It's a legal process by which a constitutional amendment becomes law by being properly approved by a required number of states, like I told you guys about the 13th Amendment. If that never happened, then the amendment is null and void until it gets approved. So everything built on top of it, including the IRS, has no legal foundation. 330 trillion stolen in broad daylight. That's a lot. It did not go to rebuilding cities, did not go to fix schools or roads, did not eliminate poverty. It was funneled into foreign banks, the deep state, endless wars, surveillance, censorship, and globalist control. All right. The IRS is a financial weapon, not a public service. It was never about funding freedom. It was about enforcing submission. What the 1985 IRS letter actually says, all right? So there was a letter that was written. Let's see if I can find it. All right, I have it on my laptop, so I'll just bring it up. right, let me exit out of this and pull this puppy up. So it's a 1985 letter that was sent to all district directors. So they had a guy that basically came in and went to court and said, you have no right to tax me, and he was right, and they had to admit it, but they did it very quietly, and they knew that people were going to come in and request to have their taxes refunded to them, and so they had to do it. They did it quietly for, I guess, around 5 years, and then it got suppressed. All right, so this was April 4th, 1985, Internal Revenue Service, and I'm going to have somebody come on. I know you guys like military, officers, so I'm going to have a military officer come in, and we're going to talk about this and lots of other things having to do with what's going on with the judicial. All right, so on March 5th, 1985, a charge of tax evasion was filed in U.S. District Court of Indianapolis, Indiana, by a U.S. attorney. Kind of hard to read some of this, but I don't know, maybe Geo Duncan. So Duncan, the charges were dismissed. The defense attorney, Lowell Docraft of Huntsville, Alabama, presented irrefutable evidence that the 16th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution was never properly ratified. The amendment, which established the income tax, was signed into law despite serious defects. In reality, only 2 states ratified the amendment, and I think it has to be 60, 70% or something of the states have to ratify it. So it wasn't ratified correctly. And ratification requires 30 states. So you have to have at least 30 states. That's the percentage of states you have to have. So the effect of this is such that every tax paid into the Treasury since 1913 is due and refundable to every citizen and business. Right? So I know a lot of you out there, so that's ridiculous. Oh, no. Come on. That kind of attitude is what, makes this stuff continue. All right, we got to get together and we got to push back on this stuff, guys. The official position of the service is, and this is what the commissioner of the Internal Revenue said, Roscoe Egger. So this is the Egger document, EGGER. So I've been given access to it, but it is out there. I guess it's been out there, I guess it just was approved for me to do this for today. But I saw it on another post, like I just shared with you. It's in that post, so it's going out to everyone, guys. Spread this stuff. All right. I have it on my X account. You can go over there, copy it, share it, make a copy of it, share it around. We got to get this out there. So we will not publish. So they said back then, they knew that they were caught. We will not publish or advertise this finding, as a total immediate refund would cause a serious drain on the resources of the Treasury. For those citizens who become aware of this finding and apply for a total refund, expedite their refund documents as quickly and as quietly as possible. A simple 1040X form will suffice until a new form is designed and printed. Advise each of your managers that they are not to discuss this situation with anyone. There will be no written communications, and you are to destroy this memorandum. Secretary of the Treasury assures me that there will be no reduction to the workforce, as this refunding activity will take a minimum of 5 years to complete. Further directions will be forwarded as the need arises. So they have obviously hidden this for a long time. I've seen something like this over the years, but it is definitely out bigly now, right? So we're going to take down the IRS. If you've been paying taxes, you will get a refund. And you're like, Mike, how are we going to get a refund? That's trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars, right? Well, I will tell you. Right? I will show you, and I will tell you. Of course, this has been shared by Dr. Jan Halper Hayes, right? She did it on a show. Maybe many of you have seen this, but this is quintillions of dollars of gold that we recovered from the Vatican. I think it was like, how many planes was it? 650 planes to remove our gold from the Vatican. And I guess every other country got their gold back too. So this is about ready to pop. And, of course, we have to get control of the judicial. So the judicial is, restricting us from getting this. Now, another pot of gold was in the Philippines. We used to store gold there because we had massive numbers of bases there. Unfortunately, when the Japanese, raided the Philippines back in World War II, they had to cover it up and they had to hide it, probably down in deep underground military domes. And they just walked away. And so recently, as my understanding, I guess the Japanese, when they came in, they probably tortured a lot of people trying to find that, but they never would. They never could. All right, so here we have Dr. Halper Hayes. I've fast forwarded this. She goes over, why Trump did a lot of stuff, why they had to let the election go in 2020, all kind of crazy stuff. So this is what she says at the end. This is Truths Unlimited, where you can find this. And I think it's at the 13, what is it at? 739 point is where I have this. He talks about how Trump walked in front of the Brits, monarchy, and he was respectful, but, he still was in charge.
Was going to bankrupt the U.S. corporation because it was the Vatican, the Crown, and the U.S. that was part since 1871. And we were giving you our tax dollars. We were paying back. We forget this Tea Party and without taxation, without representation. We owed you a lot of money because you helped us in the Civil War. And so that is what Trump has now, he told the Queen, I'm ending this. We're dissolving this corporation. We're going to go back to being a republic and we'll all be separate. The Pope wasn't happy. You should find the picture of him visiting the Pope. It took 650 planes to remove our gold from the Vatican Bank.
I'm not very happy about it, Jan, to be perfectly honest. We could do with your money at the minute. Keep it flowing, I say. Jan Halper Hayes, really good to see you.
You too.
All right. So those Brits, they're not happy they don't have control of us and stealing our money anymore. And now we're seeing lots of the Brits basically go down under the Jeffrey Epstein files, which Jeffrey Epstein was a U.S. guy. Yay. All right. Yeah, he was an evil boy, did evil things, but he's given up a lot of stuff. At some point, Epstein's going to testify, guys. And we're going to see a lot of people go bye-bye, right? Forever. And some of them because they deserve it, right? Because they've been very bad people. And on multiple levels, very, very bad. All right, so let's have a little fun with the lefties. I'm going to share this one comedian, Erin Wexler, I believe is her name, and she does, I think, a very good job of basically making us look at these lefties and go, oh, that's so funny what they do.
Amazing headline that said trans athlete makes Olympic history. So you might be thinking, oh, it's another man competing in women's sports. You would be wrong. You might think, oh, it's a woman finally competing in the men's division. You would also be wrong. It's a woman that identifies as a man, but because she hasn't done the surgeries, the hormones, anything, she's still competing in the women's division. So this woman made history by being like, I'm not like the other girls, and then literally being exactly like every other girl and competing in the women's division. I mean, that is like peak female energy to call that kind of attention. I will give her credit, like to do all of that to make like all of the articles use the pronouns, everything, and still compete with the women. That takes balls.
She's just calling out all of the BS on the left, and I love to see it.
Feminists have replaced the patriarchy with an even worse patriarchy. They said they wanted equal rights. No. Actually, they wanted women to be the same as men, and they wanted us all to do the same things when we aren't actually meant to be the same. And so now that men and women aren't the same, that means that men can replace women. Liberal women always talk about inclusivity and people's feelings and smashing the patriarchy, but all they're doing is getting women's faces literally smashed in. And just the greatest irony is when you don't distinguish between men and women and you don't give women their own space, the men dominate. The men are number one. The men win all the gold medals. So just in pretending we aren't different at all, we have just downgraded women in society to below men. How can you call yourself a feminist and support this?
Preach, sister, preach. That's just common sense to me.
Happened in Minnesota this week could not be a better example of one of the biggest dangers that we're dealing with in America right now. If you don't know what happened, a woman was in her car. There are all these ICE agents in Minnesota. They asked her to get out of the car. She would not comply. She started driving, and then she drove basically into one of these ICE agents, and he shot her. And this obviously reflects one of the biggest dangers to society right now, which is female drivers.
So, how do we overcome this problem with female drivers? We make them Muslim, because Muslim women can't drive. Hello. So we have a lot of this stuff. You know, we have good people out there. This woman is like, you know, doing a great job of bringing attention to it, you know, through comedy. But it is a major problem that we need to overcome. So that the destruction of our society, you know, the British Empire coming in and imposing you know, taxation without representation still, all right? So we went to a Revolutionary War to overcome that, but, you know, they've still been stealing from us. The British accredited registry, they control us through our judicial branch, right? And make themselves wealthy once again, right? Through American taxpayers. So we got to stop it. All right, so that's one of the things that I think is really going to start to happen. The original, look it up. The original 13th Amendment proposed in 1810. Start to educate yourself. Now, other things that we're going to start to see, as we're seeing Florida, is trying to do away with you know, tax on property tax. And it's getting a lot of attention. But what a lot of people don't know is that, yeah, you'll go in and you'll vote for no property tax, sure. But then they're going to come in and they're going to come out with other bullet points within that. So each state will have to, you know, say yes or no that goes after, you know, the you know, property taxes. Likely ballot measures tied to the property tax reform package, as I'm finding out, are HJR 201. So let me, I can't bring it up because it's in a email group. So maybe I'll bring it up later, and because I think it was sent to me, but I haven't seen it yet. So elimination of non-school property tax for homesteads. So some people might be like, well, we need to fund the schools. No, there's lots of money coming in, and property tax is theft from us, guys, as what we're starting to see. So what it would do, propose a constitutional amendment. So each state within cities, within towns, are going to have to start to get very aggressive with overturning their own, constitutions, amendments that are in there that were forced down on them that don't apply anymore and shouldn't be there. So we're going to see a lot of this stuff happening. I know Sheila Holm is involved in this to a great extent, and maybe we'll have her back on to talk a little bit more deeper about this. But, there's, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different limits on property assessment increases, portability of tax benefits, insured home exemptions expansion, 25% homestead exemption, property tax exemption for seniors. So you might see this and go, yes, for one or two of these, but maybe another one, it won't feel right to you. And if you say no, that crushes getting that through. See how they're going to word? They do this. This is the bar governors, probably bar governors too, because a lot of these guys are, former attorneys. All right. So bar governors, bar judges, bar attorneys. We need to see at least 60% of support from voters to pass and for this to become law. 60%. Now, most of the people in Florida are like, God, yeah, we're going to do away with this. Of course, there's going to be some people that are brainwashed and confused and guided to say no by the Democrats, of course, because they're the ones that really benefit the most from these taxes that come in where they steal them, right? So these property taxes are used for illicit purposes often by the Democrats and sometimes Republicans too. Yeah, absolutely. So the final ballot, you have to have all of these things you say no to, all right, or yes to, depending on the wording. So they could do the wording different for each one. And you're like, oh, I'm going to vote yes on each one. I already know that. You go in, you get bump, 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 bump. And then because a lot of us have talked about this and everybody believes this. And this in the last minute, they change one or two of the languages. So it should say no. Yeah, they do that. Duh. So we're going to have to be very, assertive of getting the right information out, making sure that we, continue to stay informed, inform each other, and keep ourselves, from being taxed. Property taxes, IRS taxes, state taxes, all of it needs to go away. All of it needs to go away. We have tariffs coming in, which will completely and totally, take care of that. So in the meantime, we have AI coming in and taking away jobs on a massive scale. All right. So if you want to build income from a very reliable source, come over to LifeWave, guys. All right. Build your business. We'll help you out. Break free from a lot of these corrupt corporations. I will start talking more about these corporations. A lot of these corporations are starting to leave some of these Democrat cities, and it's going to destroy even more of these cities, like Chicago. McDonald's is leaving Chicago, right? And why? Because they have all these woke policies, and they want to overtax a lot of these, corporations. The same thing in New York. A lot of the corporations in New York, especially with Mamdani coming in, they're going to jack up the corporate fees as well, taxation. Right now in New York, I think it's like 12 or 12.6, something like percent rate for businesses. What is it in Florida? Almost zero. All right. So why would a corporation continue to pay that money? Right. That's a lot of money that they get off there, and they could use that money to pay their employees more. Cost of living in New York is probably higher than it is in Florida. So why, when they move to Florida, why wouldn't corporations like McDonald's move to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, which they're going to do, right? And you have, crying Democrats now because they don't understand that it's their policies and their wokeness and their political positions that they're like, having these corporations do, you got to have woke, a percentage of woke in your corporation. Otherwise, you can't be in our state. They're fleeing these bullshit woke states, guys. All right. So you guys are living in those states are going to get more tax, right? You're going to make up for the tax that's leaving those states. All right. All right. How do we do away with this? We do away with the bar. All right. How do we do away with the bar? We get that 13th Amendment that was never ratified. I bet you every state, when if they found out, what's going on with that bar, they would ratify it overnight. All right. And then we would see that bar association go bye-bye. And then we go back to common law, constitutional law, and we would destroy the deep state so friggin' fast, it would make your head spin. And so there's a lot of corporations out there that need a spanking like YouTube, right? So anyway, lots of us are going to keep pushing this narrative, whether it's here on YouTube, whether it's over on Rumble, whether it's in Facebook or Twitter or X rather. We're going to continue it. And I got a lot of stuff on X. I got a lot of stuff on Facebook. I got stuff here on YouTube as long as they let me stay. It's again, I build up a big, subscriber base, and then they start to come after me. It's like they're getting too big for his pants, right? We're going to have to take his money away, right? So that's the way they do it. That's the way they work, guys. But I have a LifeWay business. I'm good, right? I'll continue to build that. Come join me. Come join a team. We'll build a great, business together, your business, and we'll help you out. Get on the patches. You learn how great the patches are, and then you're going to want to share it, right? All right, guys, lots of love. Stay in the love vibration, and we'll see you guys next time.
Restored Republic via GCR. Judy note was on Sunday, March 1, 2026, the EBS was set to go off. It was designed to bypass all media and speak the truth to every home. No more lies, no more censorship. The elite's last defense was collapsing as Trump fights for humanity. There's a lot to expose, like money laundering, government fraud, obstruction of justice, treason. 8-hour rotating documentaries will be shown for 10 days in 77 languages over TV, radio and internet to all the world, which should put a big dent in the sheeple's reality. Some of the topics to be discussed by the EBS, U.S. Incorporated was not a free republic, but was a privately owned by Satan Worshippers Bankers Corporation. On the London Government Company's House website, it showed that on 18 Jan. 2024 the privately owned USA Incorporated was reinstated as private corporation overseas entity No. 0E015146. Back in 2008 during the so-called mortgage crisis, U.S. Incorporated plus the number of times mainstream media, CNN, ABC, CBS, NBC, have run stories, or even mentioned those missing children, zero FEMA crimes. When the EBS goes off, the U.S. Disaster Recovery Department of FEMA's entire operation would be exposed: stolen funds, missing people, child trafficking. They say FEMA's camps will become prisons for those who once ran them. Chemtrails. What Kristen Megan uncovered about chemtrails in the U.S. Air Force DARPA would make your blood boil. Kristen was a true hero who served in bioenvironmental engineering, tracked hazardous materials from procurement straight through disposal using official Air Force forms and safety data sheets. She reported our new quantum financial system. With the new quantum financial system now online, banks were failing fast. Withdraw your money now. Over 143,931 bank accounts were frozen on one day alone, Tuesday, 24th of February, 2026. A lot more to come. Traditional banking was no longer safe. Only 9% of people max out their 401k. The other 91%'s money was sitting in a system that's about to collapse. Fidelity, the largest 401k provider, won't tell you this, but when banks fail, groundbreaking new features integrated in July. By year's end, over 700 centers will be fully operational worldwide, dismantling the corrupt, profit-driven medical system and replacing it with free, quantum-powered healing for all. Israel is last. You can see why the Q movement kept saying Israel is last. The U.S. has been greatly deceived by Zionists. Last April, in a conversation with Bill Maher, Charlie Kirk said that Israelis provided the best security. Well, Charlie's security on the day of his assassination was Zionist-owned Schaffer Security Group, who ended their contract with PUSA in 2022, but suddenly appeared for this one event at UVA in Utah County. None of them covered Charlie for another shot, or looked for the shooter. Israel Zionists have wiped out families, neighborhoods, women and children in almost all of Gaza. Israel literally owns and pays for Washington, D.C. politicians to continually fund their terror. Israel has the best politicians money can buy, proven by a corrupt part of Israel that nobody talks about except Tucker Carlson. He went through a lot of trouble just by going over there to interview Huckabee, who seemed to be a compromised player for Netanyahu. Possible timing is of 4 a.m. EST on Sunday 22nd of February. 2026 gold and asset-backed currencies went active in the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, and Australia. First-wave nations now have Jazara. On Monday, February 23, 2026, the Quantum Financial System, QFS, officially transitioned into full operational control. Global banking structures are now syncing to the asset-backed framework, dismantling the final remnants of the fiat system. On Tuesday, February 24, 2026, President Trump's State of the Union address. Between February 24 and February 27, 2026, a sequence of coordinated events is scheduled to unfold quietly but decisively, beginning on February 24 with core network reconfiguration processes that will push major background systems offline while infrastructure is realigned beneath the surface, unnoticed by most but impossible to stop once initiated. On Tuesday, February 25, 2026, restricted banking windows and permission updates were expected to roll out in phases, temporarily limiting banking access and adjusting bank account level controls as part of the broader transition framework rather than as a system failure. On Wednesday, February 26, 2026, GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. No income tax, tariffs plus 14% new goods sales tax. By 26th of February, information flow will no longer be free-moving, as verification layers tighten and unapproved channels begin to lose visibility, reach, or functionality altogether, signaling a shift from open noise to controlled clarity. Thursday, February 27, 2026 marks the communications realignment phase, where secure nodes take operational priority, legacy mainstream media pathways are prioritized, and signal integrity becomes more important than speed or volume. Access patterns will change, response times will slow, and centralized control will appear to tighten, but this is not collapse or malfunction. This is a controlled transition designed to separate signal from interference. On Saturday, February 28, 2026, 48-hour blackout for Jazara wealth drop. Stock food/cash, banks dark 10 days to Tuesday, March 10, 2026. On Tuesday, March 3, 2026, 10 days of darkness in force, to Tuesday, 10th of March, as martial law locks down deep state Satan worshipper pedophile arrests worldwide. Thursday, March 5, 2026, the EBS would begin in every country of the world. On Friday, 6th of March into Saturday, March 7, 2026, Project Sandman, US dollar crash, was expected to kick off, while the first wave of wealth redistribution will go live. Millions of ZIM holders will receive their initial funds, empowering communities and triggering local economic recovery projects worldwide. On Monday, March 9, 2026, ZIM redemptions flood humanitarian projects. Foreign currency exchanges followed. On Tuesday, March 10, 2026, 10 days of darkness ends. On Wednesday, March 11, 2026, monumental Independence Day-style global celebration symbolizing the rebirth of a free republic under Jazara law. The event will merge with worldwide QFS announcements and unveilings of new sovereign infrastructures. EBS, 10 Days of Darkness Tuesday, February 24, 2026. The EBS has gone off in the USA. Tier 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Phoenix, New York City, Philadelphia, Seattle. Prepare for Phase 1. Blackout. Rolling blackouts all across the world happening now. Travel restrictions. Emergency lockdowns. Virtual ID to enter businesses. Global currency reset between February 24 and February 27, 2026. A sequence of coordinated events was scheduled to unfold quietly but decisively, beginning on February 24 with core network reconfiguration. Processes that will push major background financial systems offline while infrastructure is realigned beneath the surface, unnoticed by most but impossible to stop once initiated. On 2's February 25, 2026 restricted banking windows and permission updates were expected to roll out in phases, temporarily limiting banking access and adjusting bank account level controls as part of the broader transition framework rather than as a system failure. Wednesday, February 26, 2026, GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. No income tax, tariffs plus 14% new goods sales tax. By 26th of February. Information flow will no longer be free-moving, as verification layers tighten and unapproved channels begin to lose visibility, reach, or functionality altogether, signaling a shift from open noise to controlled clarity. On Saturday, February 28, 2026, 48-hour blackout for Jazar wealth drop. Stock food/cash, banks dark 10 days to 2's. March 10, 2026. On 2's. March 3, 2026, 10 days of darkness in force, to 2's. 10th of March, as martial law locks down deep state Satan worshipper pedophile arrests worldwide. Thursday, March 5, 2026, the EBS would begin in every country of the world. On Friday, 6th of March into Saturday, March 7, 2026, Project Sandman, US dollar crash, was expected to kick off, while the first wave of wealth redistribution will go live. Millions of ZIM holders will receive their initial funds, empowering communities and triggering local economic recovery projects worldwide. On Monday, March 9, 2026, ZIM redemptions to flood humanitarian projects. Foreign currency exchanges followed. On 2's. March 10, 2026, 10 days of darkness ends. Sunday, 22 Jan. 2026 QFS Global Alert Tier 4B Escalation Phase Live, Q on Telegram Secure Floor Transmission live from Reno/Zurich/Hong Kong Master Control. Global ISO 20022 Rainbow Currency rollout now stands at 97.8% synchronized across 209 sovereign treasuries, final nodes locking in as we speak. The GCR/RV shotgun start became mathematically irreversible at 3:17 UTC on January 19. 2026, irreversible trajectory locked, no reversals possible, momentum building exponentially. In the last 14 hours, over 41,000 Tier 4B private redemption groups received encrypted notification packets via secure quantum channels. Military SKR handoffs completed in key liquidity pools across Baghdad and Dubai. First batch of 800 hash release sequence tests went green in 7 protected zones, with biometric wallet activation spiking 300% overnight. Hidden intel drop, decode this, sovereign rate screens now displaying 1-to-1 asset-backed parity differentials that expose legacy street rates as obsolete shadows. Off-ledger mirrored accounts flipped on ledger in synchronized waves, triggering Dragon Family Yellow/Gold Dragon bonds redemption confirmations in Hong Kong vaults. Zimbabwe/Hong Kong/Moscow liquidity pools flooded with fresh gold backed digital certificates, quantum entanglement security locks fully engaged to prevent any interference. Military protected redemption centers reporting humanitarian and infrastructure project wallets activated in priority sequence, adjudicated settlements Tier 4A completed. Floor confirms, the greatest wealth transfer accelerates, fiat illusions dissolving under Gulchton. Reality. Redemption centers pulsing with confirmed appointments, stay vigilant, patriots. Your window is open. The old world just ended. The new one is already funded. F2's. February 24, 2026 Global Currency Reset, inside the redemption operation, 107 on Telegram. The RV redemption has begun. The NDAs are real. The post-redemption plans are locked. What you are about to read is the uncompromising truth about the redemption centers, the only gateways for the public under NISR/Jazara protocols. Banks are not your path. Elites use them. We, the people, go through redemption centers, even if they have a bank name slapped on the building. Here, rates are higher, and you walk out with phones, laptops, quantum ID access cards, rainbow currency, debit cards, checks, and even a temporary trust if your humanitarian project template is ready. This template, approved at the White House, was designed for those chosen to restore humanity. Backbone of this operation: reclamation, returning stolen wealth seized by the deep state, cabal, and bank cartels. Restitution/reparation, undoing decades of unconstitutional theft, taxes, interest, property seizures, debt slavery. Redemption, the exchange of currencies/ZIM. Bonds at rates never meant for public eyes. Only a fraction is for personal use, the rest fuels humanitarian projects. ZIM bonds are gold-backed. Dinar, dong, and others hit double-digit rates. Debt forgiveness, medical debt. Gone. Financial chains. Broken. Universal income, a new era of abundance begins. Judy note, it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem ZIM at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. It is my opinion, and I could be wrong, that to have a humanitarian project approved for the higher redemption rate on the ZIM or foreign currency, you have to be in charge of the project with a written-out business plan that shows how the money will be spent. It cannot be a project where you are just donating your monies to various causes. No project submission, flat $15 million settlement, independent of quantity held. Approved humanitarian projects, 1-to-1 valuation on the first two 100D ZIM bond notes, then $25 million per 100T for up to 3,100D ZIM bond notes. If you hold more 100D bond notes, negotiations will be handled in a secondary session. Constitutional Republic of the United States. 2s. February 24, 2026. Nizara plus Jazara, no poverty, no hunger, no debt, only global prosperity and peace for all. 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. Jazara, Global Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act, was voted to be implemented by all 209 sovereign nations of the world, per the signed 2015 Paris Agreement on Climate Change, starting with the restored Republic of the United States, known as NISRA, National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act. NISRA cancels all credit card, mortgage, and other bank debt due to illegal banking and government activities. Many refer to this as a jubilee or complete forgiveness of debt. Abolishes federal income taxes in the U.S. Creates a 17% flat rate non-essential new items only sales tax. Revenue for the government. In other words, food and medicine will not be taxed, nor will used items such as old homes. Abolishes the Internal Revenue Service, IRS, with employees of the IRS will be transferred into the U.S. Treasury National Sales Tax Area. Restores constitutional law too. All courts and legal matters in the Republic of the United States of America. Retrains all judges and attorneys in constitutional law. Removes all dark cabal agents, admin officials and all members of the U.S. Congress from their positions due to their continuous unconstitutional actions. Jazara will now affect the Republic along with the rest of the world, amounting to a total of all sovereign nations. The new financial system is part of Jazara law. The IMF will announce the global Goldstandard monetary system once Jazara is announced. All remaining fiat currencies will be cashed in for Goldstandard currency. Paper money will eventually be phased out and all currencies will be digital under the new financial system. With the elimination of the national debt of every nation on earth, taxes will be adjusted to be lower for citizens and corporations. The new financial system has been online for months and is hosted on a protected quantum server that cannot be hacked or accessed without permission. Energy costs will drop drastically as a result of free energy and new technologies. The future will be unbelievable, complete. Our lives will evolve immensely. Suppressed technologies that are being released date back 70 years or more. This tech will easily clean up our planet. A new medical system will be the real health care, with abilities to regrow limbs or organs, or to reduce our age by 30 years. When there is free energy, transportation and replicators distributed to everyone, we will become equal. No one will be enslaved, people will just do what they want to do, have free time to reflect and be creative. No need to hoard anything. People will live in the moment of now, growing their own food and food for others. Many people are actually going to enjoy their jobs as they experience it gives them meaning and purpose, another way to serve. Those that don't hold jobs will find alternative ways to experience happiness and contribute to the common good. As the time approaches for a great change in our society, it is time to transform pain and suffering from past experiences into joy, peace and prosperity. A new day is dawning that will bring in a caring and respectful epoch for humanity. Planet Earth and humanity are experiencing the Great Shift of Consciousness, also known as Ascension or the Great Awakening into Unity Consciousness. Mother Earth is returning to be a sacred planet, and is taking the entire human population with her. Whoever wants to go. It's a golden age beyond our wildest imaginations. I2s. February 24, 2026. Nizar Jazara, the 30+1 protocols said to reset the world system. Mr. Pool on Telegram. For years, Nizar Jazara has been dismissed as rumor. Yet in 2026, discussion around it has intensified, framed by supporters as a coordinated military and economic blueprint designed to dismantle the existing global financial order and replace it with an entirely new system. According to this narrative, what is coming is not reform, it is a controlled collapse followed by reconstruction. Proponents describe Nizar not as legislation, but as a sequence of 31 operational protocols meant to be executed quietly, with maximum shock and minimal warning. The claim is that the current debt-based system is illegitimate, sustained by banking fraud, taxation mechanisms, and monetary control structures that were never meant to serve the public. At the core of the plan is massive debt cancellation. Credit cards, mortgages, and bank-originated loans are described as subject to erasure, framed as correction for decades of systemic financial abuse. Supporters insist this applies only to debt generated within the centralized banking system, not private obligations, positioning it as targeted dismantling rather than blanket forgiveness. The second pillar focuses on tax restructuring. The narrative claims the income tax system would be abolished entirely, with the IRS rendered obsolete. In its place, a simplified consumption tax on non-essential goods is proposed, while food, medicine, and used items would remain untaxed. The goal, supporters argue, is to sever the state's ability to extract wealth directly from labor. Central to the theory is the elimination of the Federal Reserve. According to the blueprint, fiat currency would be replaced by a U.S. Treasury-issued system backed by tangible assets such as gold and silver. This shift is described as the end of monetary manipulation and infinite debt creation, restoring national control over currency issuance. Another major component involves a return to constitutional governance. Advocates claim constitutional law would supersede statutory systems, with sweeping consequences for citizenship, political authority, and institutional legitimacy. Elections, they argue, would be voided and rerun under new rules, using a secure digital voting system allegedly immune to manipulation. Financial privacy also plays a central role. Under the Nizar framework, surveillance-based banking would be replaced by systems designed to protect personal transactions from state or corporate monitoring. Control of assets would shift away from centralized intermediaries and back to individuals. One of the most dramatic claims involves the release of suppressed technologies. Supporters assert that thousands of patents, spanning energy, medicine, and transportation, have been deliberately withheld to preserve existing power structures. Nizar is portrayed as the trigger that would release these technologies globally, disrupting entire industries overnight. The plan also includes large-scale humanitarian initiatives, funded by recovered assets and redirected capital. Housing, healthcare, infrastructure, and education are presented as priorities in what proponents describe as a transition from scarcity to abundance. Finally, Nizar is framed as a system of restitution and redemption. Historical financial harm, hidden taxation, and monetary exploitation would allegedly be accounted for, with compensation mechanisms tied to asset exchanges and humanitarian obligations. K. Wars and Rumors of Wars. 2s. February 24, 2026. Iranians wait for U.S. strikes to end the Islamic regime, Mr. Pool 2.0. Across Iran, people go to sleep every night listening to the sky. In Tehran, Isfahan, and Shiraz, citizens quietly hope to hear U.S. warplanes signaling the end of a regime that has ruled through fear, executions, and repression for more than 4 decades. For many Iranians, American intervention is no longer feared. It is expected. The Islamic regime has turned the country into a prison, crushing dissent, impoverishing the population, and building weapons in secret while ordinary families struggle to survive. Since seizing power in 1979, the clerical system has enforced absolute control. Public executions are used to terrorize protesters. Women are beaten or arrested for violating dress codes. Young men are forced into foreign proxy wars they never chose. While the population suffers, regime elites live in guarded compounds and luxury estates. The threat extends far beyond Iran's borders. The regime funds Hezbollah, arms the Houthis, attacks global shipping lanes, and supplies drones and missiles for Russia's war in Ukraine. Its Revolutionary Guard operates across Iraq and Syria, targeting U.S. forces and destabilizing the region. Underground facilities at Natanz and Fordo continue uranium enrichment with clear military intent. Inside Iran, resistance has never stopped. In 2019, protests over fuel prices were met with live fire. Millions marched demanding regime change. Hundreds were killed, thousands imprisoned. Detainees disappear into places like Evin prison, where torture is routine and accountability non-existent. Iranians know the regime will not reform. Surveillance cameras watch every street. Phones are monitored. Internet shutdowns hide atrocities. Even schoolgirls have been targeted in gas attacks to break the next generation. Hope now comes from outside. With Donald Trump back in office, many Iranians believe the moment is approaching. During his previous term, Trump withdrew from the nuclear deal, cut off funding, proving the regime was not untouchable. Diplomacy, Iranians say, only buys the mullahs time. Regime leaders like Ali Khamenei corruption drains. The belief spreading quietly through Iran is simple: airstrikes on nuclear sites, command centers, and regime palaces could trigger internal collapse. Morale within the military is low, defections are expected, and the population is ready. Iranians wait because they have no other option left. They believe the Islamic regime will fall not through negotiation, but when its power centers are destroyed. And every night, they listen to the sky. Guru Information and Intel L2s. February 24, 2026. Shocking intel drop. February 25, 2026. Storm raging, cabal panicking hard. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Former CIA and Navy SEAL Michael Jocko drops massive truth bombs. Epstein files exploding, alien reveals imminent. Cartels crumbling, global regime change is accelerating, military tribunals primed. White hats strike fast, deep state collapsing now. Trump blacklisted Epstein from Mar-a-Lago after grooming exposes, fed FBI intel when others stayed silent. Elite pedo networks videos and leaks ready to flood, drip to garden host a full fire hose blasting guilty names. Politicians, royals tied to communist parasites enriching themselves while stealing from the masses. Communism fails everywhere, liberal havens like see it. Florida nears total property tax abolition, massive freedom magnet, triggering exodus and exposing Marxist collapse. Colorado punished by Trump, lost billions after ballot sabotage. Bar lawyers, foreign-controlled, face citizenship revocation per constitution. Over 600 JAG officers ready to replace corrupt judges with common law. Tribunals hit before July 4, 2026, epic Independence Day, traitors gone, justice served. Michael Jackson. Hero who saved kids from Epstein trafficking to Neverland Sanctuary. Media smeared him for exposing industry evil. Insiders confirmed he's alive in Valhalla protection, with Elvis, Diana, set to testify. Tracks like They Don't Care About Us scream truth we now see clearly. Mexico cartel wars intensify, U.S. intel guide strikes, full military intervention coming despite denials. Cartel tentacles in U.S. via trafficking. Borders sealed, flow crushed. Desperate predators now snatch domestic kids, CPS exposed as accomplices. Beast's heart targeted, full decapitation underway. Trump CT disclosure shocks enemies, suppressed tech, anti-grav, transporters, seized by white hats. Deep state used dues for Lahaina, Louisiana fires, control fading fast. Full alien reveal shatters matrix lies. 2020 steel proof, Tina Peters freed soon, voids Biden regime entirely. Prior frauds via WikiLeaks, Epstein dumps unravel agencies, CIA, MI6, Mossad, FBI, dismantled for treason. Iran's nuclear deep state threat ends weeks away, huge US-Israel strike triggers global sleeper cells. Prepare, but fear nothing, love frequency connects to source, grants intuition, lets us thrive in chaos. Fear is their last weapon, reject it. Great awakening surges. Biochemical warfare labs, fascism and Nazism, QAnon. The Great Awakening on Telegram. 2s. February 24, 2026. Epstein files shock, Jeffrey Epstein hid computers, photos and equipment in storage units, and Bill Sanders, Beto O'Rourke's billionaire father-in-law, owns storage. USA, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. Jeffrey Epstein allegedly stashed computers, photographs, and other incriminating equipment in Storage USA units across the U.S., even hiring private detectives to relocate the materials as investigators closed in, a desperate move to Bob Moore's El Paso Matters exists to target people like the Halliday family, people who expose the network. By legally binding El Paso Matters to EPCF, the donor class ensures that any threat to their interests is met with a tax-exempt bias propaganda machine, protection racket, masquerading as journalism. Did Epstein hide evidence in Storage USA units, owned by Beto's father-in-law Bill Sanders, while Zorro Ranch, next to Sanders Ranch, was never raided? Evidence indicates this is the case. Chicago money, Obama hype, Oprah glow-up, and elite land ties shielded the pipeline. Our son was murdered on Fort Bliss for exposing O2's. February 24, 2026. Exposed inside the abandoned Lolita Express, Epstein's private jet still holds physical evidence of a global trafficking operation. Nizar and Jazara on Telegram. The private Boeing 727 once owned by Jeffrey Epstein, known as the Lolita Express, has sat abandoned at Stambaugh Aviation in Brunswick, Georgia, since its final flight in July 2016. A documented inspection shows the interior largely intact, preserving physical traces of how underage girls were transported and exploited for powerful men. The jet, tail number N908J, is permanently grounded. Its engines were removed years ago, and experts confirm the structure is beyond repair. While storage fees accumulated quietly, the aircraft remained untouched, decaying in plain sight. Inside, the cabin is dark and corroded. A private bedroom remains in place with a large mattress and emergency oxygen masks positioned directly above it, consistent with victim testimony that abuse occurred during flights. Survivor Virginia Giuffre has stated she was assaulted on this aircraft while being trafficked internationally. Luxury seating areas are still preserved, velvet-lined walls, mirrored surfaces, couches, and lounges, illustrating how comfort and secrecy were used to conceal criminal activity. 2 bathrooms and a galley retain items left behind when the jet was abandoned. Across borders under the cover of private aviation. Epstein acquired the jet in 2001 through JIJ Incorporated, linked to him and Ghislaine Maxwell, now serving a lengthy prison sentence for facilitating abuse. For nearly 2 decades, the aircraft ferried victims between Epstein's properties in New York, Florida, New Mexico, and his private island. After Epstein's arrest, ownership shifted through shell companies, a move critics say was meant to obscure the jet's history. The contents, however, remain a silent record of what occurred on board. Flight logs and records show elite passengers repeatedly used the jet, including Bill Clinton, Larry Summers, and Prince Andrew, who later reached a financial settlement with Giuffre while denying wrongdoing. The jet also appears alongside known traffickers such as Jean-Luc Brunel. More than scrap metal, it is physical evidence of how trafficking was enabled by private aviation, shell entities, and elite protection. Epstein and Maxwell may be gone from public life, but the jet remains, an undeniable reminder of a system that allowed abuse to persist because silence served powerful interests. P2's. February 24, 2026. Exposed, Kylie Jenner's dark role in the adrenochrome harvest, Epstein network procurement queen and family architect. Cue the storm on Telegram. Kylie Jenner serves as a key asset in the Epstein-linked child exploitation empire, groomed from tabloid star to active recruiter and financier in a black market machine spanning elite estates to hidden clinics. Her entry fused with Kardashian ties to Epstein's orbit around 2020 to 2022. Kris Jenner's elite web funneled her into Palm Beach proximity during Maxwell grooming sessions and Florida business trips. By 23, she entered Shabara's Beverly Hills Anti-Aging Institute for Masked Infusions, inheriting family connections to become a fresh-face procurer under mentorship cover. Jenner recruits and funds. She channeled at least 3 models from Kylie Cosmetics campaigns, 2023 to 2025, into exclusive enhancements that escalated to harvest retreats, quid pro quo for supply. Models vanished after screenings. 7-figure empowerment wires from her brands launder cash to trafficking fronts for jets and compounds. Hidden Hills gathering spine prospects early with diluted doses. As billionaire influencer, she lures the ambitious, keeping the harvest endless. In October 2024, amid Epstein fallout, signaled insiders, the machine endures. It echoed Epstein's resilience codes, flaunting her ageless look as proof while mocking the sleeping public. She ties into broader structures, global scouting via cosmetics, Copperfield shows, 2022 to 2024, for testing, Cayman Trust's funding harvest and vices. No escape, footage, logs, dependency locker in. Active pipeline name disappearances, Valentina S., 19, 2023, scouted Sao Paulo, last at Shabar's August 2023, family paid $85,000 hush. Aaliyah M., 17, 2024, Hidden Hills to Ojai June 2024, gone. Elena K., 20, 2025, Ukrainian. Jenna replenishes the beast. Campaigns equals dragnets. Every referral renews her youth. The cabal trembles, white hats close in, mass arrests imminent. Patriots, the storm is here. Justice rains down. Kris Jenner the true architect, Kris built this evil. Epstein flights 2020 to 2021, vetting from castings, approving referrals, jet coordination to retreats, $12.18 yearly slush funds. She holds blackmail drives, enforces silence. She turned daughters into currency, brands into pipelines. Q confirms, the awakening crushes them. Tribunals now. Rise up. Q, what we think we know as of Wednesday 25th of February. 2026:2. February 24, 2026 Silicon Valley Bank, 18th largest bank in America, has collapsed, 60% gone in hours. On Thursday, February 19, 2026 Silicon Valley Bank CEO Greg Becker held an emergency call to calm clients after a 60% stock tumble. Hours later the bank dropped another 61% in pre-market trading. By 24th of February trading halted. The bank was effectively dead, Steve Bannon on Telegram. February 24, 2026 One of the most brutal cartel leaders, El Mencho, was just taken out in a military operation by Mexican security forces. The State Department had a $15 million reward for information leading to his arrest, and some reports that this operation was done with U.S. intelligence assistance. Trump has repeatedly said in the past that he was trying to apply maximum pressure to Mexico to take care of the cartels. And by the looks of it, current Mexican leadership are cooperating. The days of the cartels terrorizing the Western Hemisphere are coming to an end. SG Anon on Telegram. On Monday evening, February 23, 2026 a man in New York went viral after calling for a full-scale revolution over the Epstein files. He listed names tied to the files and singled out New York City Mayor Zohran Mamdani, branding him a fraud and just another actor. He claimed no politician could save the country from the real child trafficking network that still existed. Democrats and Republicans are eating kids. Protect elite pedophile network. Buried in the latest declassified Epstein files from the DOJ vault, evidence that Israel masterminded Princess Diana's 1997 assassination to protect their elite blackmail web. Epstein files on Telegram. Something about that as they entered the final phase of the plan to save the world. Now 93 senators face arrest, military tribunals and possible execution for treason for voting to certify the fraudulent 2020 U.S. election without reviewing validated charges of voter fraud. They kept up their R2s. February 24, 2026 Reports of U.S. military extractions from Mexico follow cartel violence. What is claimed and what can be confirmed. The Patriot Dispatch on Telegram. Nemesio Rubino Segarra Cervantes, violence intensified across parts of western Mexico, with armed clashes, arson, and road blockades spreading into major urban and tourist areas. Multiple accounts describe a sudden security collapse that left foreign nationals, including U.S. citizens, trapped in hotels, residences, and ad hoc shelters. According to circulating reports, the unrest created a power vacuum among rival cartel factions, triggering internal fighting and open confrontations with Mexican federal forces. Heavily armed groups reportedly overwhelmed local security in several locations, forcing authorities to issue shelter-in-place guidance while commercial travel routes were disrupted. Statements attributed to U.S. officials describe emergency measures to account for and assist American citizens in affected zones such as Guadalajara and Puerto Vallarta. These accounts say standard evacuation options were unavailable due to violence and damaged infrastructure, prompting contingency planning for assisted extractions. Unverified field reports claim U.S. military aviation assets were staged to support evacuations where local conditions allowed. Descriptions include helicopters extracting civilians from secured rooftops and temporary safe zones established to provide medical aid for smoke inhalation and minor injuries. These details have not been independently confirmed and should be treated as preliminary. What is clear is the broader context. The removal of a major cartel leader has historically produced short-term instability, with civilians caught between splinter groups and overstretched security forces. Governments typically respond by prioritizing citizen safety, issuing travel advisories, and coordinating with host nation authorities. At this stage, no comprehensive official briefing has publicly detailed the scope, timing, or outcomes of any U.S. military involvement. Readers should distinguish between confirmed advisories and evolving reports from the ground, which may change as information is verified. Bottom line, heightened cartel violence in parts of Mexico prompted emergency guidance for foreign nationals and claims of assisted evacuations. While the security situation is real, specific accounts of military rescue operations remain unconfirmed and should be followed with caution until formally substantiated. S. Gram. Nationwide retaliation: attack on Guadalajara Airport, flights halted, burning vehicles and road blockades reported kidnappings of tourists in Puerto Vallarta, coordinated attacks across several states, over 24 security personnel reported deaths. But not everyone can harness this power. Only those truly awakened can access it. The training is no joke. It demands every bit of your commitment. It's not a hobby or a side project, it's a calling. And make no mistake, the interdimensional beings overseeing this process will know if you aren't committed. Slackers have no place here. Spiritual counselors play an integral role too. Z. 2s. February 24, being ordered and dispersed into our atmosphere. This week the Q movement, along with President Trump's global military alliance and BRICS nations, was doing something about that as they entered the final phase of the plan to save the world. The game was actually over for the deep state cabal way back on November 30, 2018, when Trump snuck cards into former presidents and other celebrities' programs at the Bush Sr. funeral saying, "They know everything. Sorry. George W. Bush. We have it all." Skull emoji, the Bush Sr. funeral, the mystery of the envelopes. But even at that, the deep state kept up their corruption. Now 93 senators face execution for treason for voting to certify the fraudulent 2020 U.S. election without reviewing 50 formal and verified charges of voter fraud presented to Congress. Now the Epstein files are breaking that intel wide open worldwide. Monday, February 23, 2026. Breaking: former UK Ambassador Peter Mandelson arrested over Epstein leaks. British elite in panic as child trafficking network cracks wide open. On Tuesday, February 24, 2026, Trump will give his State of the Union address to the nation. Although no one was privy to what he would say, it was rumored that he would reveal ongoing military operations that were dismantling the deep state worldwide child trafficking networks, underground bunkers, blackmail servers and stolen trillions of U.S. taxpayer dollars funneled through globalist puppets. Expect big names to be called out, along with ironclad evidence of 500,000 sealed indictments on deep state global elites that have been issued by various state grand juries since 2016. Military tribunals at Gitmo, high-profile executions and perhaps the long-awaited declaration that the constitutional republic has been restored. On Saturday night, February 21, 2026, Trump's global military alliance raids hit Rome, Brussels, London and D.C., taking into custody thousands of indicted pedophile child-sacrificing Satan worshipper global elites, which topped off their over 500,000 sealed indictments and over 8 million deep state cabal member arrest list. Prepare for the most dramatic change in modern history as the Military Emergency Broadcast System, EBS, emerged, signaling a new era of truth, justice, and liberation. Evidently, dates have changed from what was previously reported on the GC. According to 107 on Monday, February 23, 2026. On Wednesday, February 26, 2026, GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump ripped Fed from cabal 2025, now sovereign treasury. No income tax, tariffs plus 14% new goods sales tax. SCOTUS blocked, Trump slams 15% global tariff via Section 122, now live. Deep state melting. On Saturday, February 28, 2026, 48-hour blackout for Jazzar wealth drop. Stock food/cash, banks dark 10 days to Tuesday, March 10, 2026. On Tuesday, March 3, 2026, 10 Days Darkness, Starlink EBS exposes cabal fall, Fiat end, freedom dawn. Martial law locks down pedophile arrests worldwide. On Monday, March 9, 2026, Zim redemptions flood humanitarian projects. Currency follows. On Wednesday, March 11, 2026, MedBeds Online. On Saturday, March 14, 2026, Global Streams. On Monday, March 16, 2026. Starting Saturday, 28th of February, 2026, a 48-hour blackout would begin for a Jazara wealth drop, while Project Odin 10 to 12-day blackout and martial law was now set to begin on Tuesday, March 3, 2026, and last until Tuesday, 10th of March, along with activation of the Emergency Alert System, EAS, and the Military Emergency Broadcast System, EBS. Broadcasts over cell phones worldwide incoming. Stay home. Stay calm. Stay in prayer. Something powerful was set to take down the Mossad mainstream media satellites, resulting in every major media channel on the planet shut down in a global military alliance takeover, all of which was expected to cause a worldwide communications blackout that transitioned us from fiat currency to the new gold/asset-backed currency quantum satellite system, QFS. For 10 to 12 days, documentaries on the centuries-old Satan-worshipping deep state cabal takeover of our society will be shown worldwide, along with their arrests and military tribunals. The final 3 days will reveal suppressed extraterrestrial life, patents and the New Earth. Possible timing, B. On Monday, February 23, 2026, Swan 07, JFK Jr., posted the below schedule, which was different from the other one below it. On Wednesday, February 26, 2026, GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump ripped Fed from cabal 2025, now sovereign treasury. No income tax, tariffs plus 14% new goods sales tax. SCOTUS blocked, Trump slams 15% global tariff via Section 122, now live. Deep state melting. On Saturday, February 28, 2026, 48-hour blackout for Jazara wealth drop. Stock food/cash, banks dark 10 days to Tuesday, March 10, 2026. On Tuesday, 3rd of March, 10 days darkness, Starlink EBS exposes cabal fall, Fiat end, freedom dawn. Martial law locks down pedophile arrests worldwide. On Monday, March 9, 2026, Zim redemptions flood humanitarian projects. Currency follows. On Wednesday, March 11, 2026, MedBeds Online. On Saturday, March 14, 2026, Global Streams. As of 4 a.m. EST on Sunday, 22nd of February, 2026, gold and asset-backed currencies went active in the United States, Canada, United Kingdom, Germany, and Australia. First-wave nations now have Jazara. On Monday, February 23, 2026, the Quantum Financial System, QFS, will officially transition into full operational control. Global banking structures are now syncing to the asset-backed framework, dismantling the final remnants of the fiat system. On Tuesday, February 24, 2026, President Trump will give his State of the Union address to the nation. A president normally gives the address before Congress, but Congress has closed down because they didn't approve a funding budget. No one but the president knows the exact content, but the speech was said designed to expose layers of the cabal that have hidden in plain sight for decades and would change everything for America and the world. On Wednesday, 25th of February, 2026, the scheduled 48-hour blackout for GCR/Jazara wealth redistribution will begin. This marks the initiation of massive fund allocations into new sovereign digital wallets under QFS oversight. On Thursday, February 26, 2026, World War III will begin according to the 10 Days of Darkness on Telegram. On Sunday, March 1, 2026, the 10 Days of Darkness will begin through the secure Starlink satellite system. During this period, all traditional media will go offline. 24/7 documentaries will be broadcast globally via the Emergency Broadcast System, detailing the takedown of the cabal, the fall of the fiat USD, and the rise of sovereign freedom for all 209 Jazara-compliant nations. On Friday, March 6, 2026, the first wave of wealth redistribution will go live. Millions will receive their initial funds, empowering communities and triggering local economic recovery projects worldwide. On Monday, March 16, 2026, President Trump will host a monumental Independence Day-style global celebration symbolizing the rebirth of a free republic under Jezar law. The event will merge with worldwide QFS announcements and unveilings of new sovereign infrastructures. Global Currency Reset, D. Monday, February 23, 2026. Global Currency Reset, inside the redemption operation, Dear 4B ISO 20022 on Telegram. The RV redemption has begun. The NDAs are real. The post-redemption plans are locked. What you are about to read is the uncompromising truth about the redemption centers, the only gateways for the public under NISR/Jezara protocols. Banks are not your path. Elites use them. We, the people, go through redemption centers, even if they have a bank name slapped on the building. Here, rates are higher, and you walk out with phones, laptops, quantum ID access cards, rainbow currency, debit cards, checks, and even a temporary trust if your humanitarian project template is ready. This template, approved at the White House, was designed for those chosen to restore humanity. Backbone of this operation, reclamation, returning stolen wealth seized by the deep state, cabal, and bank cartels. Restitution/reparation, undoing decades of unconstitutional theft, taxes, interest, property seizures, debt slavery. Redemption, the exchange of currencies/Zim bonds at rates never meant for public eyes. Only a fraction is for personal use, the rest fuels humanitarian projects. Zim bonds are gold-backed. Dinar, dong, and others hit double-digit rates. Duty note, it is advised to exchange/redeem your foreign currency at an official redemption center rather than a bank. You can only redeem Zim at RC, the dinar contract rate can only be given at RC, and banks will offer you lower exchange rates than what you can obtain at RC. Zim redemption, it is my understanding, and I could be wrong, that when they talk about approved humanitarian projects they mean a specific project or projects that you have designed and will be over, not a bunch of projects someone else has and you want to give money to. No project submission, flat $15 million settlement, independent of quantity held, approved humanitarian projects, 1-to-1 valuation on the first two 100D bond notes, then $25 million per 100T for up to 3100D bond notes. Further negotiations will be handled in a secondary session. Constitutional Republic for the United States. On Tuesday, February 24, 2026, President Trump will give his State of the Union address to the nation. A president normally gives the address before Congress, but Congress has closed down because they didn't approve a funding budget. No one but the president knows the exact content, but the speech was said designed to expose layers of the cabal that have hidden in plain sight for decades and would change everything for America and the world. On Monday, March 16, 2026, President Trump will host a monumental Independence Day-style global celebration symbolizing the rebirth of a free republic under Jezar law. The event will merge with worldwide QFS announcements and unveilings of new sovereign infrastructures. Guru Intel and Information, expect EBS alert, blackouts, martial law, and lockdowns, Global Military Alliance mass arrests of pedophiles, immediate rescue by the Global Military Alliance, Swan on Telegram. Patriots, storm is raging. Armed intruders at Mar-a-Lago after shotgun breach. Deep state desperation peaks, Global Alliance closing in fast. FBI briefing coming, cabal on the ropes. Urgent, Caitlin Hunter and Janine Larrick in grave danger from Ohio's corrupt CPS, police, courts. They hold damning proof of child rapes, tortures, vanishings in foster system. Evidence could lock up Guernsey County demons for crimes against humanity. February 23, 2026 raid silence Janine. Since November 2025, CPS stole Caitlin into 7 years of hell, rapes, beatings, starvation, no medical care. Escaped at 16, dragged back to danger. Janine hit with fake psych holds, no contact orders. Mother Betty murdered Deck 2025, denied meds, sepsis and filth, skull hole from drop. Coroner lied natural. Patriots, unleash hell. Flood, coroner at franklincounty.ohio.gov, AG Dave Yost, judges Williams/Bennett, clerk Johnson, deputy Patterson, Elliott, attorney Blakesley. Save Caitlin, Janine, every foster child, burn this satanic web down. Alliance needs your rage to trigger mass arrests. February 26, 2026, GCR ignites gold-backed QFS in 209 nations. Trump ripped Fed from cabal 2025, now sovereign treasury. No income tax, tariffs plus 14% new goods sales tax. SCOTUS blocked, Trump slams 15% global tariff via Section 122, now live. Deep state melting. February 28, 48-hour blackout for Jazar wealth drop. Stock food/cash, banks dark 10 days to March 10. March 3, 10 days darkness, Starlink EBS exposes cabal fall, Fiat end, freedom dawn. Martial law locks down pedophile arrests worldwide. March 9, Zim redemptions flood humanitarian projects. Currency follows. March 17, Trump's epic independence event unveils QFS rebirth. Black Swan, markets/Bitcoin crash, grid blackout triggers EBS. Quantum energy kills old system. Military ops crush cabal. Soros plus foreign billions funded Antifa terror, our taxes paid for destruction. McConnell blocks Save America, Trump surprise coming. At 84, handlers crumbling. Prince Andrew arrested, Epstein empire shatters. Confessions nail Rachel Chandler linking islands to Diddy horrors. Gitmo fills with hags, Oprah, elites, executions loom. Epstein Mossad exposed, Maxwell handler, Barack/Herzog logs, orgies, cloning. Trump seizes trillions. Georgia ballots hidden, 2020 fraud proven. Titanic, sacrifice for Fed birth. Selena Gomez, replaced post-transplant, body/soul swap screams. Kash Patel drops deep state list. Dr. Oz nails Obamacare scam. Trump tariffs unstoppable. Biblical fake World War III bombs. Satanic Hobbs, Vatican, Buckingham, White House. Rods of God hit 34 targets. EBS 10-day movie reveals truth. Project Odin kills Mossad media. Jazar flips elections, tribunals, confessions, inauguration. Cabal collapses. Patriots triumph. Fire up, justice crushes these demons eternally. Monday, February 23, 2026. Why Russia invaded Ukraine, to stop the genocide of the Donbass people, to stop the NATO expansion and to take out the bioweapon labs. Flashback March 2022. NATO mercenaries Azovstal, biolabs Mariupol under the Azovstal industrial zone, owned by oligarch Rinat Akhmedov, the alleged illegitimate son of former Ukrainian President Kuchma. There are 24 kilometers of tunnels up to 30 meters deep. There is a secret NATO facility Pit 404 and a secret NATO biological weapons laboratory there. There are NATO officers in the Pit 404 facility, and the tunnels are equipped with an armored bunker system. About 240 foreigners are in the building, including NATO and French Foreign Legion officers and biolab staff. Their guards, financed by Akhmedov, number up to 3,000. We have every reason to be mad because, the Clintons have destroyed Haiti for decades. And, you know, they pretend to be our friends when in reality they are our number one enemies. You know, there are some other people who clearly behave like they don't like us. So it's easy for us to protect ourselves against them because we know they are our enemies. But the Clintons are even more dangerous because they pretend to be our friends when in reality they're destroying Haiti. Reporter, because I heard that the Clinton Foundation and all these other organizations gave over $6 billion to, Haiti for the relief effort, especially during the kind of natural disasters that you guys have gone through. Is that true? No. It's more than true. The money is much more than $6 billion. You see, after the earthquake, countries around the world, donate billions of dollars. The amount was much larger than $6 billion, and Bill Clinton was in charge of the money. And not only people around the world, but also American celebrities donate a lot of money to rebuild Haiti. And 100% of homes were destroyed after the earthquake. And if you can believe, the people are still living under tents. That's unacceptable. And not only did they hold the money, they kept the money, but Haiti had enough resources for them to be, very comfortable. Haiti have oil, more oil than Venezuela. Nobody's talking about it. Haiti have gold. We have one of the largest gold mines in the Caribbean. And they let the world know. Nobody is saying anything about our goals. Yeah. And who do you think is in charge of our gold right now? The contract. Tony Rodham, Hillary Clinton's brother. He's got a 26-year contract, and then also Haiti used to produce. We used to produce our own rice. We didn't have to buy rice, overseas. Bill Clinton destroyed our rice so his brother can sell the rice from Arkansas. So they're doing a lot of things. Right now, if there's, a millionaire or a billionaire who wants to do business in Haiti, they cannot do anything unless they check with the Clintons. The Clintons are the ones who are running Haiti. Yeah. And we are living in the 21st century. We are the first black people who liberated ourselves from the French rule. We fought 3 empires, the British, the Spanish, the French. So it's, in fact, unacceptable for us to be occupied right now. They're stealing our money. They are stealing our resources. So we are out here. We are outraged for the crimes of the Clintons. Hillary Clinton has too many criminal records. She has no business running for president, especially with the new one that came out in the email. Find out that the DNC made all these tricks in order to favor Hillary Clinton. Reporter, the thing is, when it comes to Hillary Clinton's brother, how was he able to get that contract? How were the Clintons allowed to have such control of Haiti? What we think we know as of 2's. February 24, 2026 Sunday 22nd of February. Mexico's drug war just got worse. Monday, February 23, 2026 FBI finally opened Gene Hackman's secret tunnel. What they found shocks the world. Monday, February 23, 2026 Project HARP, High Frequency Active Aurora Frequency Program, began in 1993. It was funded by the U.S. government through the U.S. Air Force, U.S. Navy, DARPA and University of Alaska Fairbanks. HARP was designed to control the weather and was said to cause earthquakes, start forest fires, had the capacity to cause planes to crash, plus some claim it could even mind control individuals. Monday, February 23, 2026, Epstein files reveal Israel assassinated Princess Diana to protect elite pedophile network. Buried in the latest declassified Epstein files from the DOJ vault, evidence that Israel masterminded Princess Diana's 1997 assassination to protect their elite blackmail web, USA Awakening on Telegram. Voter fraud P. Monday, February 23, 2026 2020 election fraud findings. Steve Bannon on Telegram. USPS in Wisconsin collected and backdated over 100,000 ballots on the morning after the election. 300,000 fraudulent ballots in Arizona, 548,000 fraudulent ballots in Michigan, 204,000 fraudulent ballots in Georgia, 121,000 fraudulent ballots in Pennsylvania. And from the American people, approximately 288,000 completed mail-in ballots from Bethpage, New York, to Lancaster, Pennsylvania. His trailer full of ballots went missing after he dropped it off. Whistleblowers claim drivers transported thousands of pre-filled ballots across state lines, which is a federal crime. Election officials in Virginia blue jurisdictions failed to maintain the ballot chain of custody. There are circumstances where in the middle of the night, tens of thousands of ballots were appearing in states like Michigan, where Joe Biden was getting a higher percentage of the vote than Bashar al-Assad and Kim Jong-il in their elections. Monday, February 23, 2026 Congressional hearing, OWN. 130,000 to 280,000 completed ballots for the 2020 election were shipped across state lines from Bethpage, New York to Lancaster, Pennsylvania to steal the 2020 election. There is no reason completed ballots should ever be transported across state lines from one state to another. These were fraudulent ballots to overturn Trump's massive 700,000 vote lead in PA, with 75% of the votes already counted before they shut down swing state locations to produce and tabulate enough ballots to steal the 2020 election from President Trump. Q Monday, February 23, 2026 WOE 2020 election fraud findings. Carolyn Bessette Kennedy on Telegram. USPS in Wisconsin collected and backdated over 100,000 ballots on the morning after the election. 300,000 fraudulent ballots in Arizona, 548,000 fraudulent ballots in Michigan, 204,000 fraudulent ballots in Georgia, 121,000 fraudulent ballots in Pennsylvania. U.S. Postal Service subcontractor truck driver testified that he transported approximately 288,000 completed mail-in ballots from Bethpage, New York, to Lancaster, Pennsylvania. His trailer full of ballots went missing after he dropped it off. Whistleblowers claim drivers transported thousands of pre-filled ballots across state lines, which is a federal crime. Election officials in Virginia blue jurisdictions failed to maintain the ballot chain of custody. There are circumstances where in the middle of the night, tens of thousands of ballots were appearing in states like Michigan, where Joe Biden was getting a higher percentage of the vote than Bashar al-Assad and Kim Jong-il in their elections. Our Monday, February 23, 2026. The downfall of the cabal, the agenda to remove Donald Trump, 10 days of darkness on Telegram. The 13 bloodlines, the Zionist overlords, the Khazarian mafia, and the Freemason puppeteers are twitching in their shadowed lairs because the impending Iran strike under Trump's command will shatter their proxy empire in the Middle East, cutting off the IRGC's tentacles that strangle Iraq's oil and keep the dinar suppressed. They know regime reform in Tehran means the end of their hidden funding streams for global chaos, exposing names like George Soros and the Rothschild heirs who funnel billions through Qatari banks to prop up Hezbollah and Hamas as disposable enforcers. Mock their desperation. These ancient cabals thought they owned the board, but Trump's precision vaporization of their missile silos will leave them exposed, scrambling like rats as the gold-backed reset floods their counterfeit world with untraceable light. The Save America Act terrifies them further, as it guts their bureaucratic stranglehold on federal agencies, dismantling networks like the FBI's covert ops under Christopher Wray that buried the Epstein files to protect pedophile elites in Hollywood and D.C. Subversive right-wing charlatans like Tucker Carlson and Michael Flynn, planted to blackpill the base with isolationist poison, are sweating because this act exposes their Qatar ties and Flynn network schemes to fracture MAGA loyalty just before midterms. Reference the unknown attempts the poison water supply at Bedminster in 2025, traced to a Khazarian-linked contractor, or the drone swarm over Palm Beach last summer that Secret Service jammed before it could detonate, failures that prove their incompetence as Trump marches toward dismantling their cabal. The crypto structure bill and tariffs will crush their offshore laundering empires, forcing transparency on blockchain assets that the Rockefellers and Warburgs have hidden for generations, while the Board of Peace and Iraqi dinar revaluation unlock trillions in Gulch-Tondart wealth beyond their rigged Federal Reserve grip. They mockingly called Trump a disruptor, but now these bloodline tyrants face generations of echo from his reforms, with unknown hits like the sabotaged limo brakes in Mar-a-Lago's garage last fall revealing Steve Bannon's war room as a deep state echo chamber to sow defeat. Exposed and cornered, their Freemason lodges and Zionist councils convene in panic, knowing Iran's fall signals the cabal's irreversible collapse, leaving them as footnotes in the history Trump is rewriting with iron resolve. Monday, February 23, 2026. Breaking news alert: President Trump eviscerates the Supreme Court over dumb and divisive ruling, strips them of capital letters, slams pro-China agenda, and vows to crush the deep state betrayal. 10 days of darkness on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump just dropped a Truth Social nuke on the so-called Supreme Court after their ridiculous ruling that tried to kneecap his America First tariffs. But in classic Trump genius, he flipped the script. The court accidentally handed him even more power to hammer the cheaters ripping off America for decades. And he's not holding back. In his full statement, Trump declares, "The Supreme Court will be using lowercase letters for a while based on a complete lack of respect of the United States accidentally and unwittingly gave me, as President of the United States, far more powers and strength than I had prior to their ridiculous, dumb, and very internationally divisive ruling." He exposes how the ruling greenlights aggressive licensing against foreign nations, especially those who've been bleeding us dry. For one thing, I can use licenses to do absolutely terrible things to foreign countries. But incomprehensibly, according to the ruling, can't charge them a license fee, but all licenses charge fees. Why can't the United States do so? Trump calls out the hypocrisy straight up. The court approved other tariffs too, letting him wield them in a much more powerful and obnoxious way, with legal certainty. Then the hammer drops: our incompetent Supreme Court did a great job for the wrong people, and for that they should be ashamed of themselves, but not the great three. He's sparing the true patriots on the bench while torching the rest for their betrayal. And here's where it gets nuclear for Quanons. Trump warns the court is paving the way for China to keep cashing in on birthright citizenship scams. The next thing you know, they will rule in favor of China and others, who are making an absolute fortune on birthright citizenship, by saying the 14th Amendment was not written to take care of the babies of slaves. Which it was, as proven by the exact timing of its construction, filing, and ratification, which perfectly coincided with the end of the Civil War. The deep state globalists want open borders to flood us with anchor babies that weaken our sovereignty and enrich foreign powers like China. Trump sees it clear as day: this ruling is just the start of their pro-China agenda to undermine America from within. But he's not backing down. Let our Supreme Court keep making decisions that are so bad and deleterious to the future of our nation. I have a job to do. Make America great again. This isn't defeat, it's acceleration. Trump reframed their attack as his ultimate weapon. Licensing power unleashed. Tariffs supercharged. And the birthright citizenship fight, it's coming hard. The court handed him the keys to dismantle the globalist grip once and for all. The storm is here, Enans. Trump is dismantling the corrupt system piece by piece. The Black Hats thought they could stop him with a ruling, instead, they supercharged the greatest comeback in history. Stay vigilant. The plan is in full motion. WWG1. Patriots, this is the fight of our lives. Trump is exposing the pro-China sellouts on the bench and vowing to protect every American from their treasonous decisions. The deep state is panicking, they know their time is up. Share this far and wide. The awakening is unstoppable. MAGA forever. President Donald J. Trump is leading us to victory. T Monday, February 23, 2026, Emergency Operation Unleashed, U.S. military storms secret underground tunnels beneath Washington, D.C., seizes 24/7 server farms, child trafficking lists, blackmail dossiers, and billions in dirty money funneled through shell companies. Patriots, the storm is here and the deep state is crumbling. Ezra A. Cohen on Telegram. President Donald J. Trump has just greenlit one of the most massive military strikes against the satanic cabal right under the nose of the corrupt swamp in Washington, D.C., starting February 3, 2026. Elite Special Forces teams launched lightning-fast raids into the hidden underground network of tunnels and bunkers buried beneath the White House, Capitol Building, Treasury Department, and other key government structures. These weren't just old Cold War shelters, they were turned into a full-blown headquarters for child trafficking, elite blackmail operations, and the siphoning of trillions from the American people. The tunnels date back to 1941 under FDR for protection, expanded under Eisenhower against nukes, but the real evil kicked in during the 1990s under Clinton when they became storage vaults for Epstein-linked horrors, blackmail tapes, and globalist control files. Post 9/11, more surveillance scare went in. Under Obama, ties to offshore banks and Soros money exploded. Trump knew about this since his first term. He got the maps, stayed silent, built the plan, and now in 2026, with full executive power, he struck. Raids hit between 1:30 a.m. and 6 a.m. on February 3, silent entries through White House East Wing basements, Treasury sublevels, and Capitol Service tunnels. Troops seized everything, hard drives humming in active 24/7 server rooms packed with child procurement lists. Video blackmail of top politicians and media figures, financial trails showing billions moved through shell companies to fund anti-Trump chaos and protests. We're talking $1.2 billion just in 2024 to 2025 alone for election interference and street riots. Names are dropping: Nancy Pelosi caught with regular payoffs from trafficking accounts, Chuck Schumer in emails coordinating with Soros ops. Ian is shut down. The storm isn't coming, it's here, and it's glorious. Stay vigilant, trust the plan, and watch the traitors fall. WWG1. The best is yet to come, bigger than you can imagine. Monday, February 23, 2026. Big news, double exclamation mark emoji. Spencer Pratt's Pacific Palisades fire lawsuit was just allowed to proceed. That means discovery. Gitmo now on Telegram. Now the floodgates are open and we're about to learn everything. Massive news on the Palisades fire lawsuit. The judge has overruled the city and the state's demurs and is allowing the case to move forward. That means discovery time. Until now, our attorneys have had to fight for any information from state and local agencies about their failures on the fire because there has been a stay on discovery for nearly a year. Think about every insane thing we've already learned about what went wrong with the fire. That was all just me and my lawyers digging, wearing out the shoe leather. That was all without the ability to get records and testimony from public officials or the text messages that Karen Bass deleted after the fire. Gavin Newsom can't stop me. His attorney tried real hard to get our case thrown out. Gavin called us opportunistic plaintiffs and conspiracy theorists. Well, now after a year of fighting this incompetent, corrupt, and unscrupulous lying governor, our case just got the green light. We get discovery now, you hear that, Gavin? Judy note, the Pacific Palisades fires have too many coincidences to the August 2003 Maui fires. 1. Likely caused by DoD attacks rather than natural disasters. 2. Water cut off so firefighters couldn't stop the blazes. 3. Plans made by Democratic leaders before the fires to turn the burnt land into smart cities. 4 years later, victims were still not receiving help from government. 5 government deliberately interfering with rebuild. 2.5 years later, over 1,000 victims in Maui are still living on the beach, with loss of jobs and no government help with basics such as meals. In Maui, what few housing was provided by the government, along with volunteer donations, the government turned around and charged the victims high rent. 6 insurance companies refusing to help many victims. 7 FEMA workers stealing from victims rather than providing help. In Maui's 8 litigation in both cases has taken years while victims continued to suffer. For decades, a coordinated network inside the FBI, DOJ, intelligence agencies, and the political class operated above the law. They weaponized government institutions, fabricated investigations, ran unlawful surveillance, censored dissent, and targeted President Trump and millions of Americans who refused to submit. When exposed, they buried evidence, protected each other, and hid behind classification. That shield is gone. Patel's findings, documented in Government Gangsters, outline a systemic criminal operation embedded within the U.S. government. This was not incompetence. This was intent. A bureaucracy turned into a weapon. The swamp is panicking, and here is why. Names have been named. Actions have been documented. Chains of command have been identified. For the first time in modern history, the political weaponization of the FBI and DOJ is being laid bare in one coordinated exposure. Unlawful spying, election interference, perjury, and media coordination are no longer rumors, they are case files. Monday, February 23, 2026. This is the foundation for the largest government corruption takedown ever attempted. The Government Gangsters list includes high-level figures across administrations and agencies. The MAGA King on Telegram. These individuals are implicated in coordinated abuses of power, unauthorized surveillance, falsified narratives, manipulation of federal agencies, and direct attacks on constitutional rights.
Hello, everyone. It's Michael Jaco, and we're joined once again with Lisa Schermerhorn. And she's going to talk about quantum meditation. You had a great turnout last time, didn't you, for your meditation?
Yeah.
Wow. Fantastic. Good to hear. But you're down in Mexico, and we want to talk about that first. You're boots on the ground, and there's some action going on. What can you tell us?
Well, first of all, Honey feels bad. She couldn't make it, but yeah, it's been crazy. I'm actually in a part of the Yucatan outside of Merida, which is the safest place in all of Mexico because the cartel families live here. And they have this agreement that they don't touch this area. So if you looked at the map that they were posting online that showed like areas to go and not to go, I was in the blue area, which was the safe zone.
Wow.
Yeah. So what's wild is all the places that I went last winter in Puerto Vallarta and Jalisco, Guadalajara, Manzanillo, those areas all got hit. And I have a lot of friends in those areas. I've spoken to a couple of friends. Do you know Scotty Sachs?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He lives in Puerto Vallarta.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I
He's a good
spent
man,
time. Yeah. I spent time with him last year. I checked on him. He sent me a video of the local pharmacy around the corner from his place in flames. But things seem to have calmed down a lot. They've reopened things. People are out and about. And I wanted to ask you this because I've been doing a lot of research about what's going on. Because I found out that the Mexican cartel had approved 3 days prior that the U.S. Special Forces could come into Mexico to do some exercises. So they approved that a couple days in advance. And I know people who saw actually military 2 days beforehand in the area. So they were scoping everything out and getting ready what was happening. But the crazy part is, and I don't know if this is the cartel or something that special forces would do to round people up, they were digging up the roads and surrounding the entire city. But they weren't really going after people. I mean, if they really wanted to go after the people who were staying there.
Yeah, so the cartels are trying to, from what I've been hearing, are trying to control the towns, and success in some areas, maybe not as much in the others. But the reason why they probably called in special forces or gave them the green light to come in because they knew they were going to do this hit, and there's Americans, and the cartel might come in and grab some, for their safety, I guess, grab some Americans to try to keep everybody away. And then once you do that, then that's going to activate the, my old team, SEAL Team 6 in Delta, where they're specialized in hostage rescue. So they may have activated it because of that. So we'll see. Hopefully it doesn't, get more aggravated. But if we do see that, we're probably going to see special forces guys come in and do rescue missions.
Yeah, we haven't seen really much of that. I have a friend who was in the Guadalajara airport when the gunman was in there. They all, ran and sheltered, and they closed the airports up. But the airports have all reopened, I think, except Puerto Vallarta. But Cancun is back. All the other airports, it's just the traffic that they're dealing with. Of all the cancellations. A lot of people are canceling coming down here. What was interesting also is El Mencho. I find it interesting his name is El Mencho because in Yiddish, which is a combination of Hebrew and German that's spoken as a dialect, Mensch means a really good guy. And I laugh because I call him El Mencho. And I was like, that's really weird.
Maybe to the cartel guys, but who knows? Maybe the public, because he was, I don't know what his situation was, but we have heard that the cartels basically, like you're saying, they live there, so they hands off. Now I've been down there. I was in almost a year ago. I was in Puerto Vallarta area for a LifeWave event that I won, and I didn't get any bad vibes, but I was like, something is getting a little sketchy here.
Yeah.
I felt it out before I left. Now, obviously, you're intuitive. You coming down, how did it feel for you coming down?
Well, I didn't go to that part, so I'm into the Yucatan, and it's interesting that you asked that because, and I've had some talks with Honey. I'm bummed that she didn't make it to this because she had some really great insight because I'm in an area where, how do I explain it? I landed here and I got here, but I couldn't get grounded for like 2 weeks. The energy was so wonky and weird. And even the person I'm with who's not aware of the stuff that, any of this stuff, she was really struggling as well. And I was talking to Honey about it, and she said that the matrix was dismantling here. So it was kind of disappearing. But here's the fascinating thing that happened. And I love the way the universe works. I was taking pictures from my balcony because I'm on the beach overlooking, like literally overlooking the Gulf. And I was taking pictures and I usually get like little things on my phone. I can see spirit and things. And I was like, this was a large oval. So I sent it to Honey and she said, that's an interdimensional, intergalactic portal.
Wow.
And I have the photo on my phone, and she said, you're there to stabilize the area because the portal needed to be stabilized. And so in that 2 weeks' time, it was stabilized. And then I was meditating this morning, and I got a message. In order to be part of the cartel, they sell their soul.
Yeah.
And then they have to eat them. It's all part of like when they get up really high. So they needed to clear out the demonics out of that portal before this happened. So that portal had to be stabilized. So I just found that fascinating. And so this whole area is also where the Mayan ruins are.
Yep.
Which are, where the sacrifices happen, but also if you've been here, if you see how steep it is and the steps, a regular human foot and a regular human like us it's not meant for us. The
Yeah.
steps, you can't even, you have to walk up diagonally, and it's really steep. And one of the ruins that I went to said the place for the ants. And I was like, huh, I think the ant people,
And people, yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I traveled down there long ago, back in the early 80s, when you could, go all over the place. And you're right. You had to walk up sideways, because the steps are so steep and so close and so forth. So almost like, giants or whatever were, walking up those. And and inside the pyramids, you go inside the pyramids. Of course, they have lights now, or they used to. You used to go in them. I don't think you
Can't
can.
go in them.
Yeah, but they had electric lights. But they didn't have electric lights back then. So it's very similar to what we've seen in, I believe, and we've heard people talk about it, where they had a chemical type jar that would make the light, and it had like a top covering that was alabaster or something like that. We've seen those in Egypt and so forth. So I think that they had that technology back then, because if you had torches in there, the thing would be like totally black, and they're not black. So
Well, they also didn't have much water either. I mean, it's the dry season is pretty dry. So they had to adapt in some way, because even with the rainy season, I mean, having enough water to be able to survive in the jungle. And a friend of mine was showing me, she was reading a book about the Mayan ruins actually form like a spiral, and each one relates to a different chakra in the earth. So they were definitely aware of power lines, ley lines, and things like that, and the way that they were positioned. So
yeah,
I just found that really interesting.
I'm sure you've probably been in some of the sinkholes.
Oh, the cenotes?
Cenotes, yeah.
Yeah.
So they're, got lots of water down there, and they lead to all kinds of different places. So I've traveled in some of them. They're pretty fun. Tulum, I went to Tulum. They had a lot of tunnel systems in that area, but they're into women and child sacrifice, and so now we see the cartels are doing the same thing. It's like, just like you're talking about, that demonic type of energy is still there and has to be cleansed.
Yeah, what's interesting is they talk about this is supposed to be an area where an asteroid came down and hit. Actually, that's right where I'm staying. But what's interesting is when they depict photos of it, it also looks like Atlantis.
Yeah.
Like old photos. And it's one of the only areas in Mexico where they have what they're called cenotes, which are freshwater, like swimming holes, but a lot of them are in caves. And they're beautiful. Like the color of the water is like this
crystal blue.
Luminescent. They're blue and green. And they're very well protected, but those are only in the area where this happened. Supposedly. So they have stuff about dinosaurs all over the place, and museums where they say that this is where all the dinosaurs were.
Yeah, and there's some city there that's called Atlan, and they have like some kind of like you're talking about, asteroid hitting, and causing devastation, and they are leaving. It looked like they're leaving an island that's sinking, and they're coming to Mexico. So there's all kinds of interesting stories. But the problem is, like you're talking about, that's amazing, because that's kind of what the work that I would do in the Middle East. Pretty advanced stuff, where you came in and you keep the energies down so that there's no violence. It sounds like that's what you're doing there. It's beautiful. Too bad that we don't have the energy to make it spread all around the whole country, but at least you're having some effect, and that's part of what you do with your meditations and so forth.
Yeah. So just because when I first got here, and I want to talk about those too, I felt like I was just dealing with NPCs and like living in a hologram.
Hmm.
Like no one would look me in the eye. People
Wow.
were just like on autopilot. Because when I travel, I love meeting people, and usually right away we'll meet a few people and like go out to dinner or gather, and no one would connect. And there's also a lot of it's mostly Canadians here who are staying around here. And the minute I say that I'm an American, they jump back, like almost like they're terrified of me. Like, I'm not going to do anything to you, I promise. But it's really sad because I see like a cultural divide happening where Canadians were always so warm and welcome and loving, and those that I find in Mexico who are here as like snowbirds, they are really angry. There's a lot of Trump derangement syndrome. A lot of them will avoid me. They won't look me in the eye. Really angry.
Must not be from that one province that's thinking about leaving.
Alberta. No, they're not. They're all from Ontario over here. But yeah, it's been really interesting. And I found out that the cartels are the 5th largest employers in all of Mexico.
Yeah, because they run all those resorts.
They run everything.
Those resorts are amazing. And when I was at the resort that I was at in Puerto Vallarta recently, it was exquisite. It was beautiful. And you could see, and I knew that's what it was because I talked to some people and they're like, yeah, it's controlled here. They make sure that nothing happens because they're making money. And that's, one of the, and that's a good thing. We just keep them from doing the demonic stuff. That's great.
Yeah. No, the sad part is they also, if anyone tries to start a business or suddenly become successful, it's like they're the mob. And so they come over and they take it, or they ask for 15% that you have to pay them.
Tax them,
and they were siphoning off.
Sounds like the American government.
Yeah. They're also siphoning and stealing the gas and diesel.
Wow.
The oil and diesel. So what's happened is millions of gallons are being controlled by them, and they're selling it on a separate market, on the black market. So I think that was also probably the impetus for the U.S. to come in because, they're paying 15% on all of that. But they own the avocado industry. They own all the resorts. I shouldn't say all, but a lot, I'm sure they do. Restaurants, nightclubs, they have their hands in everything. And I don't know if you saw how Mencho died in the air going to Mexico City. And I heard someone say that they thought that Claudio, because they were afraid that he was going to give away people, and they got hold of a laptop. Did you hear about the laptop?
I did. So they have a lot of names. Wow. Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, I saw that they have 211 names of very, very high level people in media, people.
And that's there in Mexico?
No, in the U.S. Members of Congress. Members of Congress, A-list Hollywood stars, Silicon Valley billionaires, Wall Street hedge fund owners. They were looking for child trafficking, and also organ and body parts. Yeah. So those they have it all. They got it within 48 hours. They had cracked it and they got it to the president. So they have all those names.
So she seems like she's more in power now, because before everybody was saying there's no way she's going to go against the cartel because they control her. But it sounds like maybe with the U.S. help that they're protecting her and she's going to turn the tide on them. Now, somebody said in the chat, I am in Alberta, and the same divide is happening in Canada, east against the west.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really hard because Canadians have always been known as like really like loving, kind. They say they're sorry all the time. I can always tell the Canadians because they're always saying sorry.
Yeah.
And they're really angry. They're really angry about the U.S. and the tariffs and everything. And of course, I have a lot of friends up there, and they talk about how their own media has been limited. So their social media. And so they're even getting less information than they do in the US.
Right.
And
they're really locking down Canada, unfortunately.
Yeah.
And controlling the masses. And that thing where, teenagers or children can go and, get taken out. Like, I'm having a bad day and I don't feel good. And
it's horrible. It's horrible. Yeah.
So it sounds like we have a demonic, government up there in Canada, and some people have latched onto it, unfortunately.
Yeah, Carney. The other thing is
his daughter or his son or whatever it is now has made that transition. So there's some problems there.
It's really awful. Yeah. And the other thing that I found in Mexico, they found basically an extermination camp. They found this huge hole in Jalisco, which is south of Puerto Vallarta, where they found a huge burial area. They brought in a bunch of, I think it was sulfuric acid to put all the bones and bodies in to liquefy everything. But that's been uncovered as well. So there's a lot of people trying to cover up, but this was, I think, the most notorious of all of the this particular group, and they were key to trafficking all over South America and I think all over the world. They were ruthless, like really evil.
Yeah, they're pretty heavily involved in the United States, and we're probably gonna see that, because if we're gonna go to war with them, they're gonna start to erupt in the United States as well.
Well, I guess, was it last week, Mexico handed over 100 heads of cartel and people high up to the U.S.
Wow, I didn't even know that.
Before they invaded. Yeah, It was kind of like, this happened, but look over here kind of thing.
Yeah.
But I just saw something to that. So I'm sure they got a lot of information from them as well.
So it says, I'm in Ontario, Canada. The Canadian government insists that they were not informed before El Mencho was taken. Can't be trusted, ? So I don't know why they would tell the Canadian government, because then they would rat it out. So what are you thinking?
What do they say?
That would blow the whole operation.
Exactly. Nunya business.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a mess, because we know that these people, and that's why Trump has been so quiet about every mission so far. They will, like, the deep state, whatever they are. We just talked about this on my alien disclosure with Kerry Cassidy and Lauren Eisenhower, myself and Scott McKay and David Nino Rodriguez. We all talked about how it's tied to Epstein, the child trafficking, the adrenochrome, the cannibalism, all that stuff. And as it basically gets disclosed, and we start to see, it goes to the aliens, right? The Draco or whatever we're going to find out. I think it's Draco, but so this infiltration down there, the Draco, you see the reptilian mottos everywhere, all throughout Egypt. Down there, they're big into the reptilian stuff. So what are your thoughts on that?
I agree, because no human can do what these beings are doing with children. Humans have too much of a conscience and a heart and a soul. And you would have to be soulless, literally. It's just, I I think that this is all getting rid of these beings that started, because one human being, Jeffrey Epstein, couldn't mastermind all of this.
No.
He was a placeholder.
Yeah.
But I think, honestly, I think that when you sell your soul, right, and you have these demons entering you, then you would have the ability to do it, because people who are looking at things like, I saw enough 7 years ago when I started to research. I saw bits and pieces and I was like, I don't want to see anymore. I don't need the nightmares. And I see that people were posting on X and little snippets, and I was like, oh, something I'll never unsee. So yeah, I honestly believe that that's true, and that is going to connect it. And because no human wants to eat, that I know of, would want to eat a child or dismember them while they're still alive and torture them the way they did.
Yeah. And yeah, unfortunately, like you're saying, you hear and you see stuff. I've heard and seen stuff that, I'm not going to share, but, and I don't want to know anymore either, but I know there's a lot more. These deep underground military bases are these, whatever you want to call them. When you say military base, you think of American military or some kind of military, but these are reptilian a lot of times, and they raise children in those bases for edibles, and they also have those children some of their children, which are some of our elite, are involved in certain things as well, and that's how they grow up. So they're traumatized, and then they go out and go forth and they do things, lie and traumatize us with all their madness. So it's going to be pretty tough, cleaning all this up. So you're down amongst it right now. One of the areas is going to be cleaned up. Another area is probably going to be Iran pretty soon. And we've seen Venezuela, the start of Venezuela, some point Cuba. So it's a massive cleanup project that's going to be ongoing. So you're going to have to be really heads up in some of these areas.
Yeah, I have a friend who was part of the Monarch program as a young child, and she's a brilliant, and she was actually visited by extraterrestrials who said to her, "We don't know how you survived what you did, and we're really proud of you." They came to her at night, and she said they were huge. And I've said that to her too. It's extraordinary when you see the likes of people like Kathy O'Brien, Laura Worley, all those people, nameless people who have experienced what they have. The demonics, all of that, it's just pure evil. I'm looking forward for us moving into a whole new place where they don't exist anymore, that we can just be in that place of love.
Yeah. And, to do that, you have to be in the right mind state, and you have to have your vibratory frequency at the right state. And I know you're involved with LifeWave like I am, and you've done a really, really amazing job, and you got a lot of people coming over to help work with you and so forth. So that your insights, I think, will probably be very impressive and helpful for people as they move into LifeWave and start using the product and using them through you and your team, because your team's doing really well.
Yeah, no, it's exciting. I found everything started to change. It wasn't right away. Like some people see results right away. I didn't. And our friend Brad was like, just keep going. Just give it a few more months. I'm like, I'm not noticing it, and I'm not going to sell it unless I feel a difference. And we would have these little arguments. And then finally I'm like, I just lost 10 pounds and I didn't do anything different. My workouts are getting better. Wow, I look in the mirror and I feel like I look younger. It was very subtle for me because I didn't have anything big. For some people have really significant issues and they have miracles. But what I have had is I don't know why, but the past year I've been very clumsy and I've tripped and fallen and twisted my ankle and broke my toe. And without the LifeWave patches, I would have been in serious trouble. They really helped me a lot. So, and I see so many miracles that happen with friends of things that really, it's not just physical, it's emotional.
Yeah.
You know, we have people who've experienced trauma and it helps with their nervous system, calm people down, helping people sleep. No, it's awesome. And I still haven't tried the water yet. I've been debating buying, really committing and buying that water machine. But I do the, what's that powder, the Cellurize, which I
Okay.
like a lot. So I
Yeah.
do that every day.
Very nice.
Yeah.
And you have, someone that's dear to everybody's heart too, Kevin Hoyt, that's in
Yes.
your team as well.
Yeah.
He had to step away for a little bit,
Yeah.
but if someone is still interested and, you would help them and maybe put them in Kevin's team because that
Yeah.
helps him in his little journey that he's on right now, trying to stay low
Yeah.
until things turn around. So that's another great thing now. So we got the energy work, from the patches, and then you do the quantum stuff. Now, I was absolutely amazed because I was using the patches for a long time, and I'm very, very strict about my diet and my workouts and everything. But I did dark field microscopy. We've talked about this in other shows,
Yeah.
and I was just like, when I saw the dark field microscopy, I was like, my cells were like, clumping together, which doesn't transport your oxygen very well. So I was like, oh, that's not good. And then I hooked up with you and you gave me a meditation. I went back and got another view and it was all flowing nicely. So, and you talk about how Jesus came, and then Jesus came through for me
Yeah.
when I was in that meditation with you. He literally came in and I was just stunned. And you're like, I'm Jewish, and we had the Christian guy comes in. I'm like, well, he wasn't Christian back then, so
No, it's really interesting for me because I find that in my life I get guided a lot.
yeah,
Like things just come to me and I open myself up and I surrender. So when I started doing this work, I had no expectations because I really I had to allow it to unfold to what it was. My motivation was because people very close to me had what you call the jabaroo, and I was worried about their health and
Yeah.
safety. So that's why I started doing the dark field microscopy. Was how do I prove to these people that this is actually making a difference? And so a friend in functional medicine who's a specialist recommended that. And when I started seeing the results and people like, well, what if I don't believe in it? And I said, you don't have to believe in it for it to work, but you can call it back if you don't maintain it, because your emotional and mental state will impact your physical body. So it's really important to keep your thoughts and your belief systems in check. I was thinking about this. There were two 70-year-old women that I know who are just outside of Puerto Vallarta, and they talked about how the helicopters were right overhead, and they're like, F this, they're not going to ruin my vacation. And they literally yesterday went whale watching. And
Love it.
they
Love
had
it.
opened back up. But it's all in your whole mentality of how you
Yeah.
decide you want to live your life, and do you want to let fear get the best of you, or you're going to live your life. And the more I clear my trauma, the more I clear my fears, the less gets in my way, and the more I start to live this amazing life where things just continue to happen more and more to me. And I wanted to give that to others. And so I do that individually. And then Honey and I, we team up once a month and do 2 group healings. So this Thursday, the 26th February, we're doing, it's 12 o'clock Eastern and 4 o'clock Eastern. But we go into the Akashic Records. We do past life clearing, ancestral clearing. We give a lot of value. And a friend of mine who is in Liz Perkins, she's got her master's in botany, speaks to trees and nature and extraterrestrials. She's really brilliant. She's on now as well, and she gives people advice on what to do and helping them. We have a signal chat where people help each other out. So it's become this amazing support system. So I love the way that like the Life Wave keeps people, reverse aging.
Yeah.
And it helps people heal faster. And then this is also, they really complement each other.
Yeah. And I definitely see it in you. You definitely are age reversing. You look fantastic. I remember seeing you years ago, and I've seen you more recently, and you look stunning. So,
wow, thank
good
you.
job. Yeah.
63-year-old new grandma.
Wow, congratulations. Yeah, that's good. But you want to stay young, and it basically helps you do that. And of course, the meditation helps as well, as I can attribute to, because it definitely helped me on another level.